a diet into this Jay-Z and Beyonce and tacit relationship. When Jay-Z felt the pain of cheating on Beyonce, you have to survive. So Jay-Z opened up about his infidelity in an interview, admitting to cheating on Beyonce, and the pain caused it. Jay-Z, the hip hop, known for his bravo, admitted to his infidelity in the marriage to Beyonce, causing a buzz. An executive interview with the New York Times, Jay-Z admitted to cheating on his wife Beyonce while they were still married. Blaming it on his childhood issues, the rapper had a passionate 35-minute interview about his song, The Story of the OJ, from his album, 4 minutes and 44, followed by his marriage and other topics. Jay-Z opened about cheating on his wife, Beyonce. So Jay-Z opened up about cheating on his Beyonce in a heartbroken and remorseful tone. He stated, the hardest thing is seeing pain on someone's face that you have caused and then having to deal with yourself. He goes on to explain his coping strategy and how hard he struggled to save his relationship with Beyonce. You have to survive, so you go into survival mode. And when you go into survival mode, what happens? You shut down all the emotions, said, and regretful. Jay-Z, as controversy progresses on the main reason he cheated. So even with women, you're going to shut down emotionally so you can connect. In my case, like it's deep. Then all the things happen from their infidelity. So we know Jay-Z had history of sleeping with underage girls under 16 with Kathy Wright. He had a kid. And that the main reason why, Jay-Z and Beyonce had to get rid of Kathy Wright because, of their endorsements and things like that. They didn't want that to get exposed. Jay-Z didn't want to have a history of getting in trouble with sleeping with underage girls like R. Kelly. So it says how Beyonce overcame Jay-Z cheating scandal. The Winter Day singer even intimidate that he and his wife might have split up forever because of remorse and pain he felt after cheating on her. However, after numerous rounds of therapy and a persistence attempts to improve his marriage, the two overcome the battle and remain one of the most incredible power couple in the industry. Jay-Z and Beyonce addressed the issue through their music. So it says, most people walk away, and like divorce rates, it's like 50% of something cause most people can't see themselves. Jay-Z most recent album, to his unfaithfulness, he says, look, I apologize. Offering woman lies took my lifestyle to born to see through a woman's eyes. Now, Jay-Z and Beyonce was married for a long period of time. But what caused Jay-Z in his infidelity that he had? So it says Beyonce to song about Becky with good hair on her album Lemonade a year before the release. You only want me when I'm not there. He better call Becky with good hair. So I'm gonna play this footage, man. It's sad. Make sure you guys like, share this video, man. The rapper Beyonce have intended to incorporate on her album, to collaborate, there, on her album, but instead choose to release individual records. We will use our art almost like a therapist session. And we started making music together, and then the music she was making at that time was further along. So our album came out as opposed to the joint album that we was working on. See, so when these allegations, Jay-Z, come forward with a 13-year-old that she found lost on Jay-Z, then just look, Beyonce, see, Beyonce having fallout with Jay-Z. Beyonce was controlled by Jay-Z. We know Beyonce can't do nothing without Jay-Z. But Beyonce is at a verge of her life that she would do whatever to take to keep her endorsement, keep her career going. If it takes for her to divorce Jay-Z, she will just go on and divorce him. At this state, especially at this state of her life. So let's roll this clip right quick.
No, not at all. No, I stand by it.
She is kicking his behind, and the security guard's trying to hold her back. Beyonce's next to Jay-Z in the corner, and I know you've seen this footage before. You know that Beyonce waited a long time before she stepped in between them.
Beyonce, Jay, Solange. Jay, what's good, Jay?
You're lucky Solange wasn't there.
Yeah, you lucky Solange was there.
Yeah, I would have had to reboot. Solange looked like she walked in that elevator like it was nothing. There was some gangster going on there. Just do nothing, huh?
The drama in the Carter household just got even messier after Solange finally broke her silence on the infamous elevator incident. Solange isn't holding back when it comes to the allegations about Jay-Z allegedly being Diddy's partner in crime and cheating on Beyonce for years. And apparently, she's going against her whole family, including her mom Tina, who's fiercely defending Jay. And get this, some new reports are alleging that Solange putting her hands and feet on Jay in that elevator wasn't just about Jay cheating. It was even more serious than that. Sources are saying Solange spent years trying to knock some sense into Beyonce, especially after all the scandals with Jay and Diddy started coming to light. But now, with even more serious allegations against Jay coming to the light and Beyonce still standing by his side, Solange is done. She's reportedly had enough of Jay, B, Tina, everybody. So let's dive into all the drama, because there is a lot to unpack.
But it's on a different scale for me, I feel like. I feel like everybody, they're just targets all the time. And I don't respond all the time, but that was more so a disrespect, I felt like, to me.
So at first, Solange thought Jay-Z manipulated Beyonce and kept her under his thumb. But now, insiders are saying Solange distanced herself from both Beyonce and Jay, with the final straw being how Beyonce continues to support Jay in the wake of these new allegations about Jay and Diddy allegedly raping a 13-year-old. So recently, several outlets reported that while Beyonce is upset and concerned that the case hasn't been dismissed yet, she's still choosing to stand by her husband. One source told the Daily Mail that Beyonce accepted that there isn't anything she can do except support her man. The insider explained that Beyonce 1000% believes Jay-Z and is heartbroken that his accuser is a similar age to their 12-year-old daughter, Blue Ivy. However, the source added that Beyonce will be by Jay's side throughout, and she is starting to accept that is all she can really do. The insider also said the one positive that could come from this is that they will be a stronger family afterward, because right now it is a black eye on their otherwise wonderful life. However, if you ask Solange, Beyonce and Jay-Z's marriage has been far from wonderful. A source close to Solange recently revealed that she's actually worried there might be no turning back if Beyonce keeps supporting Jay-Z. But that's not all. Apparently, Solange has been very vocal about how much she dislikes Jay, especially after his cheating scandal. The insider said Solange told Beyonce she warned her a decade ago and she wouldn't listen. According to the source, after the elevator incident, Solange and Jay-Z eventually made up. However, Solange only agreed to be civil around Jay for the sake of Beyonce's kids. However, she's now reportedly getting fed up of trying to talk sense into her sister. The source said that Solange believes if Jay gets the Diddy treatment and ends up getting indicted, it'll affect Beyonce in so many ways that she might not recover from it if she keeps sticking by him. The insider also mentioned that while Beyonce is trying to put on a united front with Jay-Z, Solange has been telling her, "I told you so." And you can't really blame Solange for feeling this way. She's been allegedly trying to get Beyonce to leave Jay for years, especially after Jay publicly admitted he cheated. Now, the crazy part is that Jay actually praised Beyonce at the time for being strong and sticking by him. He even said that if Beyonce had been the one who cheated, he hoped he would have been as strong as she was. But let's be real,
So if you've purchased a faulty car in California and won a huge check like I've got here, here's what you do.
Do we really think Jay-Z would have stayed with Beyonce if she had publicly cheated on him with another man? That's why so many fans...
See, I feel Jay-Z can't stay around if this was vice versa and Beyonce was to cheat on Jay-Z. And see, Beyonce don't know what to do right now. She want to hold on to her man because she can't leave Jay-Z. You know what I mean? So when it comes to no more one-on-one with females, talent, alley that rules Jay-Z had to follow after cheating on Beyonce. say, so Jay-Z reportedly followed a strict rule. Beyonce, after his infidelity, a therapy hard work also helped the couple rebuild their marriage. So it says the summary followed Jay-Z open on admissions about his affairs. He and Beyonce sparked a notorious headline about divorce. So could this hunt Jay-Z when he's allegedly being accused of raping a 13-year-old girl? Can things come back to hunt Jay-Z with his marriage with Beyonce? However, instead of giving up on him, Beyonce imposed a set of rules on the rapper to abide by part for no one interactions with female talent. The couple underwent therapy to reconcile things. So we see the couple went to therapy, and Beyonce will stay by her man. But the thing of it is, we had to ask this fam that how long will she stay behind Jay-Z and his legal issues? So it says, despite being the power couple of Hollywood, even Jay-Z and Beyonce have faced certain ups and downs in their marriage, and even became a subject of scandals after the rapper infidelity. Well, that's what changed their relationship and life, however, with the pop star hanging out a set of rules to Sean Carter. According to source, after Jay-Z openly admitted to cheating on Beyonce, the singer surprisingly managed to forgive him and work on the marriage. So Beyonce forgave Jay-Z, and she wanted to continue to move forward on this relationship. But with these legal accusations that Jay-Z had, we're going to see how long can Beyonce stay with Jay-Z. Because Beyonce, there, she can't go without leaving her husband. She don't have nowhere to go without leaving her husband. You know what I mean? But with these legal issues that Jay-Z got, and with things is surfing right now, and with Tony Buzzy, you know what I mean, and Jay-Z lawyer Alex, you know what I mean, it's not going to really look good at the end of the day for Jay-Z. You know what I mean? Because first of all, he's criminating these allegations, and he's willing to pay through his legal team to get random people to play the informant to go to Tony Buzzy law firm office. I really think this can really change up things when it comes to his motion hearing. I really think that Jay-Z at some point he's incriminating himself on these allegations with these lawsuits here with him having sex with an underage minor. So I really think that things are shaking up for him. I really think that it might not look good for him, but despite all this, Beyonce is staying with her man, you know what I mean, after going through therapy. But you got to look that the marriage out of Jay-Z and Beyonce, how long will she stay with him? How long will she be on his side? But that took a lot of effort on the rapper for he was apparently handed out a set of rules to follow. Now he was handed out a set of rules to follow through the therapy. What's best for him to leave, you know what I mean, to leave other things alone and to focus on their marriage. So Jay-Z had a history of his infidelity. So with that being said, could this kind of mess him up going to his motion hearing? The music star, especially when he's being accused of raping a 13-year-old. Let's roll this clip. Make sure you guys hit the like button, share this video. Let's roll this clip for a second.
fans believe Jay-Z's been gaslighting Beyonce, pushing this toxic idea that women who stay with cheating partners are strong. And according to sources close to the Carters, this is exactly how Solange feels about Jay. And the drama started long before Solange decided to get physical with Jay in that elevator. In fact, the cheating rumors about Jay-Z started as early as 2005, when tabloids claimed he was hooking up with his young proteges, Rihanna and Rita Ora. And then around the same time, rapper Liv came forward claiming that Jay made a move on her and asked for her number. But the rumors didn't end there. In 2013, Jay-Z was seen partying with Belgian model Claudia Schillen, who later said that Jay was all over her the whole night and never once mentioned his wife or daughter. And while Claudia later claimed nothing happened, just a few months later, Solange gave us all the proof we needed when she attacked Jay-Z in an elevator at the 2014 Met Gala. But it only got messier from there. After weeks of rumors, an insider told E! News that Solange snapped because she saw Jay flirting with Dame Dash's ex-wife, Rachel Roy. The source said that Beyonce confronted Rachel to tell her the flirting was disrespectful, and then Solange got involved, leading to a heated argument between her and Rachel. But what allegedly really set Solange off was seeing how Jay-Z refused to stand up for Beyonce in front of Rachel. According to the insider, Jay even said some disrespectful things to Beyonce and Solange as the confrontation was going down. And that's when Beyonce just stood there and let Solange, her husband. And while Beyonce and Jay-Z later issued a joint statement referring to the altercation as an unfortunate incident and claiming the family has worked through it, no one was buying it. And to this day, fans are hoping someone will leak the audio from that elevator. But now the drama in the Knowles Carter family is reaching a whole new level after Solange decided to call out her entire family. Solange even reportedly put her mom Tina on blast for trying to silence her after Solange tried to expose Jay-Z and Diddy's connection. Now, it's no secret that Tina always favored Beyonce over Solange. Let's be real. Beyonce was easier to market. And while Beyonce had the mainstream appeal, Solange was always the real musical talent who didn't need 20 songwriters and 10 producers to make a hit. But it seems like she got overlooked when it came to support from her family. And now insiders close to Solange are saying her problems with Jay-Z started way before his cheating scandals went public. Apparently, Solange felt Jay was manipulating Beyonce when she was too young to see what was really going on. And she was upset that Tina and Matthew Knowles didn't protect Beyonce. Now, in case you didn't know, there have been a lot of different stories about how Jay-Z and Beyonce first met. Beyonce once told 17 magazine that they met when she was 18 and started dating about a year later. But here's the thing. Jay-Z told Charlie Rose in a 2007 interview that he met Beyonce 10 years ago. So if that's true, then they would have met in 1997, when Beyonce was just 16 or had just turned 17, and Jay-Z was already 28. So where were Beyonce's parents while a man almost 30 years old was cozying up to their teenage daughter? While allegedly Mama Tina not only approved of it, but even encouraged Beyonce to get with Jay. Now let's talk about Tina, because she's been tied to some shady allegations over the years, and yet somehow these stories never seem to make big headlines. Remember last March when Homeland Security raided Diddy's properties? Diddy popped back up on Instagram with an Easter photo of his youngest daughter, Love, and guess who liked the post? That's right, Tina Knowles. But this wasn't even the first time Tina was called out for questionable behavior. See, Tina's always had her messy moments, but it feels like people are only just starting to really call her out now. There was also that whole situation with Beyonce's first group, Girls Time, where Tina was accused of being a colorist. Voice coach David Lee Brewer even claimed Tina once called one of the group members, Ashley Tamar Davis, too big, dark, and ugly. And then there's also Tina's habit of claiming she was hacked every time she gets caught being messy on social media. Back in December, the same day news broke about Jay-Z and Diddy being named in a lawsuit accusing them of raping a 13-year-old, fans noticed Tina liked an Instagram post from ABC7 Chicago about the case. However, the next day, Tina clapped back at fans and claimed she was hacked. She wrote, "I was hacked. As you all know, I do not play about my family, so if you see something uncharacteristic of me, just know that is not me." But if you thought that was messy, wait till you hear what Jaguar Wright had to say about Tina. According to Jaguar, Tina and Matthew were so focused on Beyonce's success that they allegedly pushed her to date older men in the industry, including Jay-Z. But as Beyonce's career took off, rumors swirled that Jay and Tina teamed up to push Matthew out of the picture. Jaguar claimed Tina and Matthew essentially sold Beyonce out because they knew her looks would take her far in the industry, while completely overlooking Solange. But it gets even crazier. Jaguar also hinted that Tina and Jay hooked up before Jay moved on to Beyonce. So now, with Tina defending Jay and liking Diddy's post right after the raids, fans are starting to piece together why Solange might have cut ties with her family. Word on the street is that Solange...
It says when Solange was shown on video hitting Jay-Z, so Solange in the elevator back in May 2014 as her sister Beyonce watched things unfold. One question was, One question was on everyone's mind: what happened? Why the three stars are are in a whole beef situation, tightly lifted on such private matter, the little that have been said among them about that infamous evening subjects their family foundation is still rock solid, giving press statements to addressing the altercation in interviews and the music here. Everything solid Jay-Z and Beyonce have said about what went down in that elevator on that event. What happened? Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Solon leaving a met at the after party at the Broom Broom Room in the meat packing district in May 2014. Photo splash news online. Surveillance video showed Solon Jay-Z arguing as Beyonce witnessed the incident in the elevator falling. A 2014 after party. The footage captured inside the Standard Highlines in New York City on May 5th shows the losing you singer yelling at the rapper before loudly hitting and kicking him as the man who seemed to be a security guard tried to restrain her. At one point, Beyonce even stood behind her husband's sisters. The widely circulating surveillance video was first obtained and released by TMZ on May 12th. So you got to remember Jay-Z's secret affairs, man. And Jay-Z came out despite what went on that night, being the power couple of Hollywood. Even Jay-Z and Beyonce had faced certain ups and downs in their marriage. And what I'm saying is Beyonce never got to feel what it's like to leave her husband to get on her own. Many rumors have circulated that Beyonce should lead, Jay-Z. And after the rapper infidelity, well, that's what's changed the relationship and life forever, with the pop star handing out a set of rules to Sean Carter, according to a source, after Jay-Z openly admitted cheating on Beyonce. The singer surprisingly managed to forgive him and work on their marriage. What I'm saying about all this, when things hit the fence and Jay-Z being allegedly accused of this 13-year-old girl, and Jay-Z putting himself, in a world of trouble, incriminating himself, doing these motions, his attorney, Alex, first and foremost, I just want to say to this, whenever you put money to find random people to go to the office of Tony Buzzy to get some of these matters, dismissed, because Jay-Z, he knows he don't want to feel, he don't want to feel jail life, he don't want to be in that situation with Diddy, man. But now you feel at some point things will escalate that Jay-Z have history with underage girls. So he didn't want the Kathy Wright and their secret affairs of his mistress get out. So there's a lot of things surfing right now on Jay-Z and secret affairs and his infidelity. So we don't know how long Beyonce is going to stay on his side. So let's roll this. Let's see what they have to say.
Solange has finally had enough, and she no longer sees Beyonce as some clueless victim. Apparently, Solange spent years trying to get Beyonce and Tina to open their eyes, but it seems like their loyalty to Jay has been the final straw. And now, with serious accusations against Jay piling up, Solange is reportedly done. Not just with Jay, but with Beyonce, Tina, and everyone else who's taking Jay's side. As for fans, they're definitely taking Solange's side and are praising her for being the only one in the family with morals. But what's your take on all this? Do you think Solange knew all along about Jay-Z's rumored involvement in Diddy's crimes? And do you think Beyonce's in on it too? Drop your thoughts in the comments and stick around for this next video.
Hi, Clint Kuntz here.
Beyonce and Jay-Z will do anything to destroy anyone who speaks out against them. Yeah, Beyonce's on drugs. She's been on them for a long time, and you keep her that way. So remember, your relationship was a business relationship, financial, to get to the top, to become billionaires. There's no love there.
You gotta understand, there's no love out the two because, you know, Beyonce look at this as a business. You know, and, you know, Jay-Z, you know, his trouble is that everything's catching up with him. And at some point, you know, through all the ups and downs that Beyonce had with Jay-Z and his secret infidelity life and things that he had that he been keeping a secret all along. But Beyonce don't know what it's like to leave Jay-Z to be on her own because she got so much endorsements with him and the two is billionaire. So she don't know what to do at this point. She said she would stay, you know what I mean, with Jay-Z. But you got to remember, fam, time can only tell of their marriage and relationship. You know, and we know that Jay-Z, you know what I mean, he's fighting a legal issue here after this 13-year-old girl allegedly accused Jay-Z and Diddy raping her in the 2000 music reward after party. So things is really fin to hit the fan, and at some point, how long will Beyonce stay on Jay-Z's side? That's the question that we need to ask. How long would Beyonce stay on Jay-Z's side?
Beyonce and Jay-Z have a toxic relationship. He preyed on her when she was just 18 years old. Fans accuse him of grooming her and then later on controlling her every move. At the same time, it's been revealed that he's a cheater and he cannot be trusted. So let's get into it. Beyonce is one of the biggest pop stars of our time, but toxic they really are. But before we get into it, let's talk about how these two met, because the year was 2000. Not much is known about their first meeting and early relationship. However, Beyonce once revealed that the pair first met when she was just 18 years old. The couple sat next to each other on a plane while both attending the 2000 MTV Spring Break Music Festival. Actually, Jay-Z referenced this moment in one of his songs. In the song Everything Is Love, he wrote, "We played it cool at the pool of Cancun, VMA. Confidence you exude makes the fools stay away. Fate had me sitting next to you on the plane and I knew straight away." So maybe it was love at first sight, but they didn't confirm the relationship until 4 years later at the MTV Video Music Awards. Maybe they waited those 4 years until Beyonce was a little bit older to announce, because some people don't like the fact that Jay-Z got involved with her when she was 18 because he is 12 years older than she is. This person tweeted, "I don't like Jay-Z. He's an effing predator, and his relationship with Beyonce is predatory as F. And whatever you guys want to call it, because you're a fan, he's a weirdo and she was groomed."
Beyonce was born on December 4th, 1981, which means she's currently 40 years old.
Want to keep your hairline where it is? Through Hims.com, you can explore a range of options that work best.
But her husband, who was born in 1969, is well over a decade older than her. While their 12-year age gap is not such a big deal for most relationships, the fact that they met when Beyonce was barely 18 years old and Jay-Z was a 30-year-old man puts a large, bizarre stamp on their relationship.
So I'm not fully against an age gap. Like, the person I'm seeing is 10 years older than I am. But I'm a power dynamic here. The baller admitted in a song, always to do it, that Jay-Z tried to cheat on his wife Beyonce with her. Olivia, who goes by the rap name Yes Liv Can, addresses Beyonce in a new track where she claims that she turned down Jay-Z's advances.
Allegedly, one of his many side pieces is a woman named Olivia McFowler, and she is one of the very few, if not the only woman to have publicly admitted to having been pursued by Jay-Z when he was already dating Beyonce.
The wannabe rapper first made claims that Jay-Z tried to make her his mistress in an interview in August 2013, and has continued to repeat her accusations in interviews and in her music.
Ash, for the most part, Jay hit me on some, I will reach you when I'm in town. He wanted you to be his girl Friday. He wanted me to be his girl when he's in town. So that was clearly why he was with Beyonce. And it's like, for me, I'm not that chick. Like, I could do a lot of things. A lot of girls, do a lot of things behind people's back, hoping that it comes out. That's gonna come back. Karma is
It does seem a little bit like she's looking for clout. I mean, she wrote, "You're a man, he likes model chicks. He likes all naturally flawless model chicks like me. What up, Jay?" Calling him out by name. She explains that she didn't do anything with Jay-Z because she has too much respect for Beyonce, but if she really respects Beyonce, would she be going around like constantly talking about this and rapping about it?
I have a lot of respect for Beyonce. As an artist, as a woman, as a wife, as a wife. At the time, it was like, you know what? I could do a lot of grimy things to get a position where I want to get. Right. I should do that, but it's like, I'm gonna have to look at myself in the mirror after this all done. And then,
if she really did respect Beyonce, would she be talking all about it? I don't know. But she has shared some details about an interaction that she had with Beyonce's sister, Solange. Quote, "I told you the day that Jay-Z and I exchanged a phone number, and I guess that was Jay-Z's ex."
So Solange was ready to beat my button once she got off that elevator. She saw Jay and I talking. Jay saw Solange, and then he rushed and sent me to his bodyguard to exchange numbers with him. His name was Norman. He gave me a phone number, and I guess that was Jay-Z extra phone for his girl to call. Norman had since passed it. I can't believe I dodged and whooping from Slawlin that day. She was a big reason for why I left him alone. She gave me a look of death, very scary. So I want to say, now, who was Kathy Wright? The entertainment, who worked with Jay-Z and died in 2011. The internet has some wild theories about Kathy Wright. Jay-Z, real name was Sean Carter, had been accused of drugging and raping a 13-year-old girl along with Diddy Combs at a party in 2000. The rapper have called the civil lawsuits a blackmail attempts and had denied the heinous allegations. With his name back in headlines, the allegation have a new wave of TikTok and Reddit to dive deeper into his past relationship, both work and personal. That includes the former entertainment publicity of Kathy Wright, who Jay-Z reportedly met on the set of one of his music videos in 1999 and grew close in the years that followed. So Jay-Z's secret mistress of Kathy Wright, that he had a full relationship, and he was afraid to let this get out. And this is why I think that Jay-Z and Beyonce is hiding something. You know what I mean? They hiding his kids and things like that. So, you know, when it comes to Kathy Wright name, Kathy Wright works in the music industry and was known for her skills in public relations and for working with artists like Beyonce and Jay-Z. She was born and raised in Illinois and later moved to New York, where she operated her business. Now, could this be a sign why Jay-Z and Beyonce agree on taking Kathy Wright out? Because Jay-Z, you know, at some point he didn't want this affair his secret affair gets out with he having history with sleeping with underage and having sex with underage girls. So, you gotta remember Jay-Z history with Aaliyah, and you had history with his mistress Kathy Wright, and now it's Beyonce. And Jay-Z is going to do anything to duck and cover this up. So it says around 2010, it says a former star journalist and conspiracy theory called to investigate an affair between Jay-Z and Kathy. In March, she wrote on her social media, "My boss asked me to look into online blog report claiming that a woman named Kathy Wright, who friends was having an affair with Jay-Z." Now it says, "I then uncover photos of Kathy hanging with Jay-Z and Diddy, no less, at a nightclub in Las Vegas. So I called her back and asked her about the photo evidence that debunked her initial claim that she had never met or hung out with Jay-Z at this point. So Kathy expressed to me that she was considered going to the public with her stories. Day later, according to the news, broke that Kathy had died of brain aneurysm on September 1st at the age of 29. So that's just a cover-up that everybody's saying that Kathy Wright died from a brain aneurysm. But there was foul play, there was drugs involved in Kathy Wright's death. So it's that her death came as a shock to many people, with many suspecting foul play. However, there have been no evidence of any criminal activities related to Kathy Wright's death. Another rumor from that period resurfaced recently by conspiracy theorists of Jaguar Wright was that Kathy was pregnant before she died. So we have a theorist of Jab Wright stated was that Kathy Wright was pregnant before she died. However, the actress model Jordan was also friends with Kathy, have debunked the rumors. So it says went on an Instagram live to share her thoughts on the story of comments. She came to my house a few times during a few months we hung out in 2010, and she was never pregnant around me. So it says, matter of fact, we drank, gambled together, and played craps in Las Vegas, and Jay-Z went into an amusement park with her. Then the BF that was not Jay-Z, she continued. She never told me anything about her and him being anything. I'm so sick of people telling this story, but I believe this person was paid to say that Kathy Wright wasn't pregnant with Jay-Z. So when it comes to people using conspiracy theories, because we know Kathy Wright was pregnant with Jay-Z baby, you know what I mean? He had Blue Ivy, and then they've been keeping this a secret. You know what I mean? Why do people think Kathy Wright and Blue Ivy? So it says in August, so let's go into August 2011, Beyonce announced that she was pregnant with her Jay-Z first child. She broke the news after performing The Love on Top live on the MTV Video Music Awards as her husband watching on from the audience. So it says there are some wild, entirely unsubstantiated conspiracy theories that Blue Ivy and Beyonce and Jay-Z first child is Fat Kathy's baby. This theory has been debunked. So everybody knows that Kathy Wright baby was Blue Ivy. So this is the whole thing with Jay-Z, Beyonce being the cover up when it comes to Mr. Kathy Wright. Before she died, she was pregnant.
Extra phone for girls to call. Norman has since passed. I can't believe I dodged a butt whooping from Solange that day. She was a big reason why I left him alone. She gave me a look of death. very scary. Everyone needs a Solange in their lives. I mean, I would love to have someone who's got my back like that, because there are a lot of people who don't. It does seem like Beyonce responded in one song titled Resentment. She wrote, "I know she was attractive, but I was here first. Been riding with you for 6 years. Why did I deserve to be treated this way by you? I know you're probably thinking, what's up with B? I used to be so strong, but now you took my soul." Now in 2013, Olivia's doing her press tour talking about how Jay-Z tried to come on to her. And then in 2014, there's the Ellen. We're no different. We love.
For those who are constantly battling high blood sugar, here's a tip. Avoid drinking cold water. Tired of seeing the bathroom more often than your pillow? Or waking up with a heavy head, blurry eyes, and a body begging for relief?
Love each other. Above all, we are family. We put this behind us, and we hope everyone else will do the same. I mean, it's a pretty intense moment. I mean, a lot of families have issues, but personally, I've never seen anything like this in my family. For the incident, we got that statement from this album, but it's more of just forgiveness and redemption. Went after her, assuming that she's the Becky. Many Beyonce fans angrily posted to her social media accounts using bee and lemon emojis. You don't want to be on the wrong side when it comes to Beyonce's fans, and Rachel was feeling the heat.
Rachel Roy, a fashion designer and the ex-wife of Rockefeller Records co-founder Damon Dash, has been a prime suspect for allegedly causing the elevator incident after carelessly flirting with Jay at the 2014 Met Gala after party. So it was no surprise that fans and the media looked in her direction as the potential Becky with the good hair Beyonce sang about on Sorry.
Jay-Z did end up responding to Beyonce's Lemonade album with his own music. The album, I believe, is 444, and on the title track, Jay-Z apologized to his wife for cheating on her. He actually released a footnotes video to talk about the album, and he shares more personal details about what went wrong in his marriage. He actually references her age in some of these lyrics. Quote, "I said, don't embarrass me, instead of be mine. That was my proposal for us to go steady. That was your 21st birthday. You matured faster than me. I wasn't ready, so I apologize. I seen the innocence leave your eyes. I still mourn its death, and I apologize for all the stillborns. Because I wasn't present, your body wouldn't accept it. Yeah, I'll F up a good thing if you let me. Let me alone, Becky. A man that don't take care of his family can't be rich." Okay, so he's actually referencing this Becky that Beyonce's bringing up. As you guys know, they've been able to repair their relationship, and they've made that public as well. Beyonce was quoted saying, "I come from a lineage of broken male-female relationships, abuse of power, and
See, look, Beyonce don't know how to leave Jay-Z. She just don't know how to call it quit, because how is it I come from a lineage of broken male-female relationships, abuse of power, and mistrust? The 36-year-old singer shared, adding that the complicated process of rebuilding a relationship with Jay-Z 48 hours following his past infidelities was only possible once she was able to come to terms with her family past. Now, why is it that she can't move on? You know, why is it that she couldn't move on and find someone else around her age? You know, Jay-Z have a history of underage girls, and then she was raped and kind of bribed, you know what I mean, into this. You know, Jay-Z had a history of having Aaliyah at a young age. He had a history of his secret mistress of Kathy Wright. So, you know, despite these being the power couple of Hollywood, even Jay-Z and Beyonce had faced certain ups and downs in their marriage, and even became a subject of scandals after the rapper infidelity. Well, that's what changed their relationship in life forever, with the pop star handing out a set of rules to Sean Carter, according to the source after Jay-Z openly admitted to cheating on Beyonce. They went through therapy and everything, and the singer, it says the singer surprisingly managed to forgive him and work on their marriage. So Beyonce forgave him and worked and was willing to work on their marriage, but that took a lot of effort on the rapper end, where he was apparently handing out a set of rules to follow. Now I want to say this to you, fam. With all the allegations that's coming on Jay-Z, even in this Music Award 2000, with him and Diddy after the Music Award after party had sex with a 13-year-old girl, that don't change anything, fam. But I want to say this. I've been wanting to say this to you guys that what's going to happen when he has to go up for his hearing. You know, what's going to happen when he criminate everything and willing to pay $10,000 to get random people to go at Tony Buzzy and his law firm? What's going to happen? I think things are going to start shaking up now for Jay-Z, because Jay-Z know he's going down at some point. And Beyonce, she got to be careful how to play this game, because when it comes to the Kathy Wright's death, when the feds look more into it, and when they know there was suspicious foul play at Kathy Wright's death, that she didn't die for brain aneurysm, but it was suspicion for foul play. Now, could this hunt Jay-Z? Could this really hunt Jay-Z in relation with Beyonce? Can Beyonce call it quit? Or Beyonce going to go down with Jay-Z and be charged with accessory to the death of Kathy Wright? So it says here, I came from a lineage of broken males and female relationship, abuse of power, and mistrust. The 36-year-old Beyonce singer shared, adding that complicated process of rebuilding her relationship with Jay-Z 48 hours following his past infidelity was only possible once she was able to come to terms with her family past. So Beyonce had a hard past that this tells you a lot of Beyonce and her past, that this is why she can't move forward. This is why she can't move forward to separate from Jay-Z. The more you be with this man, the more you will go down right along with this man, the more they will get you with some kind of accessory. Beyonce better be careful. I said she better be careful of how, her interaction with Jay-Z in this relationship. And it shows that she can't move without him. So it's sad to see this, y'all.
Trust. She actually claims that she wasn't able to come to terms with Jay-Z's infidelity until she was able to come to terms with her own family's past. According to reports from the Daily Mail, Matthew and Tina Knowles, Beyonce's parents, separated in 2009 after it surfaced that Matthew, her father, fathered a love child with actress Alexandra White. The two finalized their divorce in December 2011. If you guys want a video about Matthew Knowles, let me know in the comments below, because I've heard he's problematic. I've gotten a few requests before. In some of her music, Beyonce actually refers to her father, claiming that she has seen her father's arms around her mother's neck and footage of him having a tender conversation with his granddaughter. Beyonce compares her parents' ill-fated marriage to her own, singing, "You remind me of my father, a magician, able to exist in two places at once." At some point, Beyonce did want to leave the marriage after finding out about Jay-Z's affair, but they were able to handle it all together. And maybe it's best that they are together, because they've got bigger problems to deal with. Because I came across a story from a former bodyguard that tried to expose Beyonce. Beyonce's former bodyguard has gone to TikTok and is making some explosive allegations against Beyonce. Which, where's the NDAs? Like, what slipped here that he can go and talk about them?
Beyonce and Jay-Z will do anything to destroy anyone who speaks out against them. Okay, I get the threats, but you have to remember one thing. I know your deepest secrets. I know so much about you and what you've done. I know so much on how you got where you are.
So you guys are probably wondering, who is this guy and can we believe anything he's saying? Well, his name is Uncle Ron, and he was a bodyguard for multiple...
So Uncle Ron was a bodyguard for Beyonce, so he knows the secret of Jay-Z and Beyonce. See, it says here why you never seen Beyonce and Jay-Z's son. So
great content needs a great audience.
We got to play this.
Santa
We got
Claus
to
needs cookies.
roll this clip.
No cookies for...
Question is why Jay-Z is hiding his kids from the public, man, because he don't want this to get out, man. This will ruin his endorsements and things like this. I think is already get to that point that Blue Ivy know who her mother is, and why Jay-Z been docking, his secret affairs with Kathy Wright. So let's roll this clip.
Beyonce and Jay-Z seem determined to keep their son, Sir Carter, out of the public eye. And fans are starting to notice a couple of red flags here. Blue Ivy has been out here doing her thing and taking on Hollywood by storm, stealing hearts left and right. Even Lil Rumi made some cute appearances. But it has been crickets when it comes to Sir, and some fans even completely forgot that Beyonce even has a son. Well, fans are now putting two and two together, and it looks like they might have cracked the big mystery of why Beyonce is determined to hide Sir from the public. Is this a case of him being shy, or is there something more going on? And why on earth do celebs protect their male sons and not their daughters? And why are fans convinced that Sir might be autistic? Let's break this down. Blue Ivy has had the internet in a chokehold from the moment she was born. She was on magazine covers before she could even talk, stealing the show in music videos, and basically becoming a celebrity in her own right. People couldn't get enough of her, always wondering what she'd do next. And then the twins came along, and fans were obsessed with Beyonce's little family. Even though Jay-Z and Beyonce went to great extents to protect their kids from the spotlight, we still managed to catch glimpses of them every now and then. The Carter girls have been living their best lives in the spotlight, with Blue Ivy out here winning awards and making cameos in her parents' project. Rumi was charming everyone with her sweet smile. And
why will Jay-Z, grape up her, grape up his 13-year-old, why would he bribe her in the industry? Because something that he been wanting to cover. It said as long as she gets this money, it will keep her on hush, that she won't step out and reveal the truth of why her mother was murdered by foul play. See, this is sickening that, they bribe Blue Ivy, they grape her up, for rewards and things like that. And that's something that you guys have to pay attention to. If you have a daughter that's 13 years old, put her in makeup, eyelash, and things like that, grape her up and bribe her into this industry to cover up, to keep her, not to say nothing. It's sad that how they've been covering this whole thing up, man, with Jay-Z's kids. And I think Beyonce, her past that she had with her mother and father wasn't all great, but this is sickening to me that why Jay-Z will bribe his daughter into this industry. We gotta cover this up. We gotta, we got a long thing to cover, but why would Jay-Z, bribe his little girl into this industry?
And her random appearances in public. However, we can't say the same for Sir, because it was like he had vanished into thin air. Fans started asking questions, wondering what was going on with him. I mean, sure, Beyonce is notoriously private, but it was like she was more protective about Sir than her other two kids. The more Blue Ivy and Rumi showed up in public, the more noticeable Sir's absence became. Fans were all over social media trying to figure out why they never saw Sir. Some people even started coming up with wild theories about why he was being kept out of the public eye. So what's really going on with Sir Carter, and why is he the invisible Carter kid? People first started noticing Sir's absence at big events. He wasn't at Beyonce's halftime performance or her Good Morning America interview for the Lion King movie. Blue Ivy and Rumi were at the interview, but not him.
Proud of her. Somebody wants to join.
The internet went wild with theories, and this started the conversation all over again. And girl, the theories were wild AF. Some fans even went as far as saying that he might be autistic and that he might be sensitive to all the noise and lights at big events. Beyonce and Jay-Z also kept their lips sealed and never even mentioned him, which only made people more curious. Now here's where things got really interesting. Some folks started connecting Sir's absence to Jay-Z's legal troubles. There have been serious allegations going around about Jay-Z involving minors, and not in a good way. Fans did their thing, and another rumor started going around about...
You see that? With minors? See, it's getting out that Jay-Z, Jay-Z in a war of trouble, man. You know, because it's getting out that he have a history with underage minors. It's getting out. You can no longer hide. You can run, but you can't hide. And I think this is why he's, you know what I mean, he's incriminated himself to a point that he knows that Tony Buzzy, you know what I mean, they got a case on him. Because anytime you willing to pay $10,000 for witnesses to play as an FBI informant, to go into Tony, you know, law firm to say, you know what I mean, I want you to dismiss these charges. There's something deeper than what meets the eye. It's something deeper that where a lot of people don't see, because at some point, you know, all Tony Buzzy got to do and say, look at the history of Jay-Z involvement with minors underage. And I think that Jay-Z, little do he know that he discriminated himself. He just opened up a can of worms. And I feel at some point, that only time can tell. And Tony Buzzy is going to really dig into Jay-Z's history with minors, underage girls. You can't make this up. His secret mistress was Kathy Wright. And I think the feds need to deep down that there was a lot of suspicions on Kathy Wright's death. She died at 29 years old. A lot of people just thought that she died from a, you know what I mean, brain aneurysm. So there's a lot of things right now that's surfing, and I won't be surprised that the feds will look into it and see Jay-Z involvement with minors and things like that. So he has a history of covering up his secrets. So only time can tell. And I think that, you know, he put himself in a position where he's just continued to incriminate himself. And I think enough is enough. You know, we're going to have to solve the two deaths of Kathy Wright and Kim Porter. So, you know, I think Jay-Z put himself in a world of trouble. Let's play this clip.
How the Carters were keeping Sir out of the public eye to protect him from all that drama. If this is true, then it would be the decent thing to do, but it still raises the question of why Sir is the only child being protected and not his sisters. The interview with Blue and Rumi aired after the SA allegations started, and Jay-Z even attended the premiere of the Lion King movie with Blue, knowing fully well the kind of rumors that it would cause. His decision to attend the event drew a lot of backlash from fans, including 50 Cent, who mocked Jay-Z, saying, "Jay said, they said, I SA the kid, everybody get dressed. We going to see Mufasa." Interestingly, Sir is the only one being protected, and it kind of makes us wonder why this seems to be the norm in Hollywood. We've seen this happen with so many celebs like the Kardashians, where they protect their sons and don't post them much on social media. But when it comes to their daughters, it's fair game, and it's like they just can't stop posting their daughters. Many celebs have been accused of profiting off their daughters and protecting their sons, and unfortunately, we have to wonder if Jay-Z and Beyonce might be one of such celebs. However, Beyonce's mom, Miss Tina Knowles, has been trying to convince us that we've got it all wrong and that Sir is just a private child who doesn't care for the fame. She tried to clear things up, but ended up making everyone even more curious. Tina, who's always been close to her grandkids, decided to spill some tea about her grandson Sir, saying, "Sir is a very, very smart child. He likes numbers and he's very low-key." She painted a picture of a little boy who wasn't all about that flashy life like his sisters.
What does that mean to you? Tell us a little bit about Ruby and how excited. Well, Ruby is amazing. She's an amazing artist.
artist, like painter and creator. And so, I mean, how could they be anything else growing up in that environment? That's all we talk about is creativity and fashion and the whole thing.
What is Sir interested in?
Sir is very quiet and is very, very smart and does all of the number stuff. So he's not into the fashion stuff as much.
At first, people were like, oh, okay, so he's just a regular kid. But child, that's when things got interesting. Some fans weren't buying what Grandma Tina was selling. They thought there had to be more to the story. The internet started buzzing with all kinds of theories about why Sir was being kept out of the spotlight. Everyone had an opinion, and some of them were wild. The more Tina talked, the more people started speculating. Some thought maybe Sir had some special needs that Beyonce and Jay-Z were trying to protect him from, because y'all know how vicious and cruel the internet can be. I mean, y'all remember how cruel people were to Blue Ivy when she was a baby. There were a lot of mean people on social media talking trash about a baby, her over everything from her looks to her hair and everything in between. Others were sure there was some big secret the family was hiding. However, fans are still convinced that there's more to this than meets the eye. Tina's comments were supposed to clear things up, but they just made people ask more questions. It was like she opened Pandora's box, and now everyone was even more curious about what was really going on with the Carter family. But y'all want to know what really has people upset? It's the fact that Jay-Z is obsessed with protecting one son while denying paternity of another son. Yes, I'm talking about his alleged son, Ramir Satterthwaite. Ramir has been fighting since 2010 to get Jay-Z to take a paternity test. His mom was only 16 when she allegedly had a thing with Jay-Z. The age gap raised eyebrows, and Jay-Z's refusal to take the test made people talk even more. In an interview, he said, "I don't want money or anything like that from Jay-Z. I just want him to finally tell the truth to the world. He's supposed to be a positive role model for our community. He stands there screaming Black Lives Matter. Well, tell the truth and take responsibility. And if you say I'm not your son and nothing ever happened with my mom, then just take the test. If you're telling the truth, then why is your first answer whenever you're asked to take a paternity test, no?" If you're wondering why Jay-Z has been denying the paternity, it's because Ramir's mom was only 16 when she got pregnant, and Jay-Z was in his 20s. According to Ramir's guardian, Wanda was only 16 when she allegedly met Sean, but she may have told him she was older. She fell pregnant but had no idea how to contact him. I got a call from his in-house lawyer, and they were very helpful, and we thought we would resolve this privately. They even talked about Ramir's music talent and whether it was a good time to put him on his record label, but he had to finish high school, so I said no. Suddenly, different lawyers got involved and their attitude completely changed. I think they realized there was more at stake for Sean, given that Wanda was allegedly underage. She also had an interview with Tasha K where she said this:
that Wanda told me that when he found out that she was with child, he came.
So Ramir has been left unprotected for a long time, while Sir is protected from the harsh realities of the world. It really does make you think, doesn't it? Well, this is what fans have to say about this. I try not to drag children because they're innocent, but we're fighting fire with fire today. Beyonce hides one twin because the child has severe special needs. She's embarrassed to show her slow son, so dumps him on her babysitter. Why are celebs always hiding their sons compared to their daughters? The last time we heard about Beyonce's son was in 2018. And I hate that Beyonce has faced so much criticism that she feels the need to hide her special needs son. But I want to know how you guys feel about this, so drop your thoughts in the comments, then check out this next video.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integration.
Sean Diddy Combs isn't the only powerful figure in the music industry facing a lawsuit or two. Well, in his case, nearly 40 of sexual misconduct. Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, is named in a sexual assault lawsuit along with Diddy, accused of raping a 13-year-old in 2000. Country legend Garth Brooks is accused of sexually assaulting his hair and makeup artist in 2019. And music producer and DJ Thomas Pence, better known as Diplo, was accused of revenge porn. The allegations vary in the different lawsuits these men face, but they all have one thing in common. Their accusers have remained under anonymity and are bringing about their lawsuits under the moniker Jane Doe. Now, before we get into all of this, all four men have denied the allegations made against them. In Diplo's case, a federal judge ruled at the end of last year that his accuser cannot remain anonymous if she wanted to continue her lawsuit against the DJ. In her filing, this Jane Doe claimed that she had an intimate relationship with Diplo from 2016 to 2023. But during that relationship, he allegedly recorded himself having sex with her multiple times without her consent. She claims he even distributed the images and videos to other parties through open judicial proceedings. In Diddy's cases, however, it's been a mixed bag of rulings. In 2023, a Jane Doe accused Combs, former president of Bad Boy Records Harve Pierre, and another man of gang raping her when she was just 17 years old. Harve Pierre and Combs have both vehemently denied the allegations. But fast forward to December of 2024, a year after Doe filed her suit against them, a judge ruled that the plaintiff had to identify herself if she wanted her case to move forward. In this case, she did. In an amended complaint, her name was revealed, Anna Kane. In a statement from her lawyer, Kane said, "I had hoped to use a pseudonym in pursuing justice for what happened to me as a teenager. Defendants demand that I use my name was an attempt to intimidate me, but I am not intimidated. I am prepared to proceed and hold accountable those who have harmed me." Just months before Anna Kane filed her amended complaint, a judge ruled a Tennessee Jane Doe who claimed Diddy sexually assaulted her when she was 19 couldn't remain anonymous. In that ruling, the judge wrote, "Simply put, allegations of sexual assault by themselves are not sufficient to entitle a plaintiff to proceed under a pseudonym." This Jane Doe told the judge she could be harmed if her name was published, but the judge wrote in her decision, quote, "Combs has had no contact with rape by Jay-Z and Diddy when she was just 13 years old. Both denied the claims. Initially, Sean Carter's name wasn't attached to the lawsuit when it was first filed in October of 2024, but then she filed an amended complaint naming Carter as the other celeb who allegedly sexually assaulted her. When it was amended, Jay-Z slammed the lawsuit, calling it a blackmail attempt by the accuser's attorney, Tony Busby. And the two have had a lethal war of words since. Now, Jay-Z's attorney asked,
Jay-Z put himself in a world of trouble. I keep saying he's incriminated himself. If he's so innocent, why are he getting his law firm, his attorney, to get random people to act as a foreman to go into Tony Busby law firm? He's incriminated himself, and not just that, because Tony Busby's going to hit him with history with underage minors. Just look at it. You know, and there's been a lot of people thinking that Jay-Z was going to get a dismissal. See, a motion, when you get a motion for court, yeah, you eligible for a motion hearing. But I'm glad the judge was able to postpone this, to look into this. And I think that they got fresh witnesses in this case. You know, they're already subpoenaed 300 witnesses, and they got 50 already, you know what I mean, testifying. So I won't be shocked that out that 300 and already 50 people already, you know, giving statements. I won't be surprised if that numbers, you know what I mean, increase. I won't be surprised. You know, because what they got, see, here's the thing. Whenever you go up for a motion hearing and that court's granted, yeah, that's to suppress all evidence. That's to have his legal team to suppress all evidence for dismissal. But when you got new accusations and you got new people, you know what I mean, ready to come forward, then that means the motion, when you go to a motion here, it can be possibly granted in his favor or it could be denied. You know, and I'm glad that the judge, you know what I mean, gave it some time, because that buys time for both legal teams, both prosecution and both attorneys to buy time. And I believe that Tony Busby got enough, you know what I mean, evidence on Jay-Z for him involvement on this 13-year-old. You know, they said during the 2000 Music Award, BET, at the party that she was invited to, she was given a drink and she was, you know what I mean, she was ooze. She was feeling oozy. and that supposedly Jay-Z and Diddy took turns while someone watched. You see, I say this, there's always gonna be somebody be attended. And for all these parties that Jay-Z and Diddy threw, you know, you got to say that this raised suspicions of the involvement that they definitely knew each other, definitely had a history of friendship. So they definitely knew each other, definitely partied with each other. Jay-Z ain't no worse than Diddy, but the simple fact of the matter is that Jay-Z is quiet. He's more quiet with his. But now the truth is out. You know what I mean? They know Jay-Z had secret affairs with underage. He have a secret mistress, Kathy Wright. And we know that Kathy Wright didn't die from no brain, alcoholism. That's just to cover things up. Why is Jay-Z hiding his kids? You know what I mean? That's another question that raised suspicion. But I think everything is deciphering. I think Tony Buzzy knows this story already. And I think that now the truth is finna be all set. Let's roll this clip.
The court to require this Jane Doe to reveal her identity. In a filing by Jay-Z's legal team, they wrote, quote, Mr. Carter deserves to know the identity of the person who is effectively accusing him in sensationalized, publicity-hunting fashion of criminal conduct, demanding massive financial compensation and tarnishing a reputation earned over decades. While the judge ruled this Jane Doe can remain anonymous, she wrote the ruling may be revisited as the case progresses. Like I mentioned, that's the only lawsuit Jay-Z is named as a defendant. Meanwhile, Combs continues to be hit with lawsuits left and right, even though he's in jail for federal sex trafficking. And of course, we know he pleaded not guilty to those charges. But he was most recently hit with another lawsuit accusing him of rape by another Jane Doe accuser. However, his lawyers have asserted he's innocent. As for country legend Garth Brooks, his accuser was his former makeup and hair artist. She sued Brooks, claiming that he raped her in 2019. But Brooks, like Jay-Z, fired back saying he was being blackmailed. Now, this accuser used a slightly different name, Jane Roe. After she filed her suit in October, Brooks's legal team used her real name in legal documents, wiping away any anonymity. So the accuser's attorney fired back, saying, in revealing our client's name, Brooks exhibits precisely the type of retaliatory and abusive behavior that compels sexual assault victims to remain silent. Brooks's legal team reportedly argued since his accuser didn't allow the singer to remain anonymous, the same favor wasn't due to the accuser. So it seems despite having the highest paid attorneys that money can buy, that doesn't really matter. As really, judges seem to be splitting their rulings 50-50. Will the Jane and John Does be able to remain anonymous forever? I'm joined now by criminal defense attorney Safa Robinson Ferrer. Safa, always great to see you. Let's kind of get into it. There's been controversy in a way that the Jane and, in some cases, John Does are remaining anonymous when they bring suits against powerful figures, particularly in the music industry, is what we've been seeing recently.
We're gonna relate to this. Whenever they get a Jane, John, a Jane Don, a James Doe, excuse me there. That's because a person wants to remain anonymous because they don't know, they don't know what can happen, what can transpire, especially when you file these lawsuits when it attains to an artist, an influencer, Sometimes, when you made anonymous, it can keep you safe in the public eyes because you don't want to be seen. You're afraid that if if you don't remain anonymous, you're afraid that this can hunt you. Someone can look for you. Someone can take your life. And when you look at Jay-Z and Diddy, they're powerful influencers, and you don't want to put yourself in the public eyes where someone can get at you. But I'm glad that the judge and the court's looking at it 50-50, and I'm glad they looking at this matter and they taking this matter serious. This is a serious matter here. So, whenever you get a Joe, a John, Don or something like that, that you have to take these things in consideration that, people want to remain anonymous to save themselves You know what I mean? Because most times when you stand in court, and so the first thing comes in people's minds, like these influencers like Jay-Z. Jay-Z said, you know what I mean, show the victim. We want to see the victim. We want to see if she's telling the truth, if she lying. So some people be on the John Doe because that's to save, you know what I mean? That's to save themselves. And I think it's the best way that the court is looking at this case. You know, no matter we get a case that happened in 2000, when you see this case was what, I guess 25 years old, and she's coming up now stating that she was allegedly raped in 2000 following a music award after party. So, you know what I mean? A lot of people keep themselves, you know what I mean, anonymous. So you get a lot of anonymous tips. You know, people go on there, John Doe. So, you know, in other words, you know, they want to remain anonymous in this case. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna disagree on the 13-year-old girl. Now she's supposed to be what, about, let me see, about 37 years old. You know what I mean? And this thing happened like 20 years. You know, so I mean, with justice, you know what I mean. We come from we come from a legal justice system where justice is served, where justice should be served, and you know what I mean. A lot of you know what I mean. Times people do man anonymous because they don't know, you know what I mean, how serious things can be, how serious things can lead up to. So many times people do go under John Doe to remain, you know what I mean, anonymous. So let's see what they saying here, and let's roll this clip and see what they have to say.
Recently, what's your take on the whole situation as a criminal defense attorney? What's really the issue with alleged victims remaining anonymous?
I think from a defense perspective, the issue with victims or alleged victims remaining anonymous is the ability for defendants to confront their accusers, and there may be some overlap with that because oftentimes a defendant will know who is suing them based on the allegations. There may have been disclosures and gag orders that have been placed upon them in court, but generally the ability to confront their accusers. Not only that, but also the public has an interest in knowing what is going on in court, what the judicial proceedings are. It's a First Amendment, issue with respect to the, freedom of, it's a First Amendment issue with respect to freedom of speech, freedom of press, and the ability for the media and the public to be aware of what's going on in our courtrooms in this country. And so although, there's a sensitivity with respect to victims, and we always want to protect the sanctity of what they've gone through, from a defense perspective is we want things as transparent as possible. Not only that, but as we are preparing to go through the proceedings, ultimately possibly going through trial, the ability for us to be aware and for the public to be aware of the proceedings that are pending also put us at an advantage to an extent, because in the event that we have an innocent defendant, then we have other individuals who may be aware of who this John or Jane Doe is. They could assist in our investigations. They can assist in combating our claims. So I think it's very important for that transparency.
And in your opinion, why do you think the rulings haven't remained the same in these types of cases?
See, in these type of sexual cases, man, a lot of time people do go under John Doe because it's to save themselves, man. And I believe she should, you know what I mean, still go under John Doe because you don't know, like Jay-Z is incriminating himself. He's coming out and telling his team, let's hire, you know what I mean, people to play the informant. Now, it sounds strange to pay $10,000 to some unknown witnesses to come forward to play informant, to go into Mr. Tony Buzzy law firm to drop these allegations. If he's innocent, why would Jay-Z go the extra mile to hire his attorneys to get unknown people to go into his law firm and to drop this case if he's innocent? Like I said, only time can tell, man. Only time can tell in this, you know what I mean? And I feel that a lot of times people do go under John Doe. I think if this woman hadn't went under John Doe, I think her life would have been in danger. You know, her life, and many times in these kind of cases here, I'm glad that the judge was able to evaluate things and look at things and look at the proceeding and allow her to go under John Doe to save her, because there's a like, when it comes to these artists, when it comes to these influencers, yes, a lot of times when you're the victim, right, you have to keep in mind that victims want to remain anonymous, you know what I mean, to when, you know what I mean, things get underway, you know what I mean, because you don't know, you know what I mean, what's at stake here. You know what I mean? So much is at stake. I think that for the woman to remain anonymous is saving her, you know, and a lot of times the victim's always target. So, you know, let's roll this clip. Let's see what they have to say here.
You know, one judge makes a Diddy accuser reveal their name. In another case, a judge said that Jane Doe accusing Jay-Z and Diddy of rape can still remain anonymous. In Diplo's case, the plaintiff had to reveal her name. Then in Garth Brooks' case, he named his own accuser, who previously was anonymous. But why do you think the rulings just haven't been across the board the same rulings?
The rulings are definitely inconsistent, and the primary reason for that is because when courts determine whether an individual can file under a Jane or John Doe pseudonym, they are taking a balancing test approach. They are balancing.
You're wondering if the car accident that you were involved in is worth pursuing? Odds are it can get you a huge check like this.
The privacy of the alleged plaintiff in the case, with the interest in the public knowing what's going on in the court system and in judicial proceedings. Also, if there's the ability for retaliation and a number of other things that the court will implore in their balancing test to determine whether or not the judge or the court deems that this person should remain anonymous. Oftentimes, too, when judges are sitting on the bench, yes, they must follow the law, but
You know, whether her statements was inconsistent, man. She was feeling ooze, and then this on that mysterious night that, you know what I mean, her cab driver ended up dying. You know what I mean? If that cab driver wasn't drugged to death, you know, maybe he could have been the star of the prosecution case, but the cab driver died. So that was to get rid of more evidence, and maybe her statement did not agree, but you gotta understand that she knows Jay-Z and Diddy was involved, and that she knows that someone was there watching, filming this, you know what I mean, heinous act. So even though she was rusing, and even though her statement was inconsistent, right? You know, sometimes when you feeling oozy, sometimes you can't remember what goes on tonight. Don't necessarily means that her statements could have just been wrong or inconsistent, or she's telling this lie, and that it's getting to a point that now she needs to show herself because she's sitting here lying. Not a lot of times is when you are drugged and you can't remember, especially when you drug on the GHB, you can't remember anything, you can't remember what happened on the night. So this is how this woman was. She couldn't remember anything on the night, what happened, what took place. You know what I mean? All she knows, she was feeling woozy, she was drugged, she was raped, you know what I mean, she was sodomized, and like I said, you can't make this up. I don't care if her statement was inconsistent, man. But it comes that you got to take some credibility of her statement, man. You know what I mean? The cab driver was dead. I find that so strange. You know what I mean? And her father, you know what I mean, stated that, you know what I mean, that this didn't happen. You know, so there's a lot of things found that we have to say on this night, on, you know what I mean, why she remained anonymous, why she went under Jane or John Doe. You know, it's to save her, man. It's to save her, man, because you got these influencers, man. They can take her out, man. And to me, it raised suspicion on Jay-Z and why would he go, you know what I mean, go tell his legal team that he can offer $10,000 for witnesses to play the informant to run into the law firm of Tony Buzzy, man. Now this is showing that Jay-Z is incriminating himself of these allegations, man. If the allegation of Jay-Z being accused of his 13-year-old and he's trying to fight a motion for a hearing to get a dismissal because he want to maintain his innocence, then why would Jay-Z, and I'm gonna keep saying this, why would Jay-Z put himself to incriminate himself if he's innocent? I mean, the stories just don't add up here. You know, I think that when it comes to the alleged victim, I think that she's, you know what I mean, doing everything that she needs to do to go under John Doe to save herself, to remain anonymous, because how serious things is, man. You know, we had the wildfires that happened in Hollywood. We seen, you know what I mean, a lot of people saying that that's just to get rid of more evidence going through, you know, Diddy's trial. So yes, all this, we got to ask ourselves, all this could play factors in a role of a Jay-Z and Diddy's involvement, man. Can this play, and can they look at things in a perspective of what happened on a night? You know, so I just think at the end of the day, man, I think for her is to remain anonymous, man. You know, and I'm glad that the court's overlooking things and they seeing things for what it is. And I think they're looking at this as 50-50. And I just think that, yeah, like she can remain anonymous, you know, to the court proceed. You know what I mean? So let's go on and see what they have to say about this, man. This is some deep covering here that, you know what I mean, there's some serious, you know what I mean, allegation of Jay-Z and Diddy, man, on this 13-year-old doing the music awards at the party. Let's roll this clip for a second.
They also bring in their personal experiences and personal perspectives. So you may have a judge that's more conservative, that's sitting on the bench or sitting over the case, that may make one decision, and a judge that's more liberal that may make another decision, all while still employing the same type of balancing test.
Say judges across the nation are on the same page and they rule that accusers can't remain anonymous. What type of message do you think that sends to victims of sexual assault or of rape or of abuse in terms of seeking justice without this fear of retribution by high-powered lawyers or even crazy fan bases?
You know, unfortunately, you know, I feel for victims who have to ultimately disclose some of the things that have happened to them. They're very sensitive allegations. They often deal with, again, sexual abuse, the most intimate moments of themselves and their bodies. And so I definitely sympathize with that. And I think most of us would ultimately sympathize with that. However, on the opposite end, when you're talking about the legal system and the judicial system and balancing the equities of this system, what I think it's ultimately going to do is force victims to A, disclose who they are and their identities, but also to deter frivolous actions. You know, we want to do our best to avoid that in terms of litigation, and just, we don't want to see the filing of complaints of individuals who may not know the defendants or are filing claims just because, you know, the defendant is some high-powered celebrity. So there's a deterrent factor in doing so, I believe.
And then on that flip side, do you see the law leaning more towards kind of protecting victims? You know, we've come a long way now since the Me Too movement, but do you see more rulings that Jane or John Doe plaintiffs can continue to remain under anonymity?
I do expect, and I do see that there are going to be more rulings where Jane and John Doe's will be able to remain anonymous, but they're only going to be able to remain anonymous to a point. As litigation continues and there start to be, you know, interrogations, depositions, or interrogatories and things of that nature, again, heading towards trial, there's going to likely come to a point where the individual who's the plaintiff in this case is going to be, their identity is going to be revealed. And again, that's just a part of the legal system, that's a part of the justice system. But at the moment, and as we continue to see these cases come in, I think that the judges are going to start to take a look at these and say, we want to protect the integrity of the judicial system, the victims and their stories, and we're going to allow them to file Jane and John Doe's to a point.
You know, and as kind of going off of the Me Too question from my last question, excuse me, you know, we saw that huge reckoning somewhat in a way in Hollywood with the Me Too movement. Why do you think that the music industry hasn't really had that same reckoning in that same sense? You know, back when it was Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby, everyone was quick to defend the victims, but you're not seeing that kind of same passion for alleged victims and who bring about suits in the music industry. Why do you think there's not that kind of connection between believing victims versus kind of defending defendants?
Not only that, but I think as the world has changed and we now have social media, we have Instagram, TikTok, and all of these things where people have become public, I see oftentimes that there's a chase for that 15 minutes of fame. And so not only are we seeing that more and more now, there's a heightened danger in individuals filing frivolous lawsuits to get some type of A, financial gain, and B, to gain some type of notoriety or celebrity based off of who they're going after in these cases, which are oftentimes high-profile celebrities. Also, and lastly, you know, with regard to the music industry and the things that oftentimes go on, you know, there's parties, there's drug use and things like that.
Now, I agree, but I'm going to be in disagreement that some of these people are allegedly raped, assaulted, promised careers. How I know? Because, you know, I mean, I took a trip to Hollywood and I got to see the industry for what it is. A lot of times people bribe people, you know what I mean, graped it in the industry. People promise this and they get sodomized, they get raped. Good evening, brother. I think he is guilty. Yes, I really think he's guilty because a lot of times, man, when you're in this industry, you get these jobs like Jay-Z. Like Jay-Z had history getting Foxy Brown the job, and you know what I mean, Aaliyah he bribed, you know what I mean, and you know when he had a secret mistress, Kathy Wright. I mean, the list just keep going, man. You can't make this stuff up, man. Jay-Z gave Foxy Brown a job. Most of the time, people are bribed in, and when it comes to, you know what I mean, these high profile cases, man, and when it comes to these people have to go under, you know what I mean, Gene, or they got to go under John Doe. They got to remain anonymous because these powerful influencers, man. You know what I mean? This girl from Alabama, you know what I mean, she stated that she was allegedly raped, you know what I mean, in the MTV Music Reward After Party. And some people, you know what I mean, it's like some people get the fame for 15, 20 minutes. You know what I mean? They get the fame for that time, but you know what I mean, the money, at the end of the day, you gotta understand the money ain't good. Because for the love of money, it's we're all evil, and we know that people are destined for it. So we know that some people have an ego. You know, some people will wander off from their faith and do whatever to even put themselves in a position. So a lot of times people put themselves in a position. A lot of people was bribed into doing this. A lot of people was promised this. Like, just look at Foxy Brown, for example. I get on Foxy Brown because look how her, you know what I mean? Look how she wasn't satisfied when, you know what I mean, when she was feeling that her career was ending at some point. Foxy Brown wasn't satisfied, man. So I believe that when it comes to the industry, when it comes to these artists, yeah, they play a big influence. You know what I mean? It's a lot of them, you know what I mean, pay a good amount of money to keep people quiet. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So people could be in fame for 20 minutes, man. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you gotta understand and say to yourself, this doesn't last long. It doesn't last long. Why would that 13-year-old girl file a lawsuit in this time? Why is more people coming forward? But she went under She went under, you know what I mean, under John Doe. So it says that's right. Just like Rihanna, yeah. You know, don't you know Rihanna was hid in the room? Do you know that what Rihanna had to went to that she was locked in the room, and she was if she wasn't, you know what I mean, she was, you know what I mean, if she wasn't assigned with Rockefeller, then this would happen, man. Come on, man, you can't make these things up. Rihanna is another one, man. So don't you see? There's, you know what I mean, there's this. I want to say there's this list. There's this list that Jay-Z had. You know what I mean? Rihanna, Foxy Brown, Leah, Kathy Rice. You know what I mean? Beyonce. Don't you see the lineup here that Jay-Z, you know what I mean, had all these affairs, secret affairs. Don't you see it's adding up? Don't you see now at some point he's telling his legal team, you know what I mean, that, you know what I mean, we need to do this. We need, because he knows at some point things is going to come to the light. Things is just going to come to light. Now let's hear what she have to say here.
The question of whether or not an individual could have consented to those things and then ultimately later may have regretted it. So now they're trying to insulate themselves, with now filing a lawsuit, things like that. All of those things and scenarios come into play.
And I want to quickly turn to Jay-Z's case. Now, at this time, he only faces one accuser, the Jane Doe who accused him and Diddy of raping her in 2000. Now, there's been kind of controversy on her account of what happened, mainly with the inaccuracies, also pointed out in the NBC interview that she had done. But the judge in that case ruled she could remain anonymous. Now, we know that Jay-Z and the accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, have been exchanging kind of back and forth, especially as Jay-Z accuses Busby of blackmailing him. But what do you make of Jay-Z's attorney's tactics throughout all of this? They aren't attacking the accuser. Instead, they're kind of seemingly going after the accuser's attorney, Tony Busby. What are your thoughts on that strategy, given Busby has brought a number of anonymous lawsuits against Sean Combs, aka Diddy?
Did you think I killed Gary?
Did you? I choose violence every day. The investigation begins.
With respect to Mr. Busby, there's an allegation that, as we in the legal field, we call them ambulance chasers, where, he is essentially representing a group of individuals and a bunch of individuals, possibly sort of baiting alleged victims to file these lawsuits against high-powered celebrities. So we have that on one end, and I get it, that's his job at the end of the day. On the flip side, while that may be a somewhat smart tactic, it's really not going to do anything for their litigation. There's a there's a civil process with respect to this because this is pending in civil court, and there's civil procedure. There's a time for certain things, time for certain pleadings and things of that nature, and the part has to take its course. So I don't think that necessarily attacking Mr. Busby, no matter what you may think of him, is really going to do a benefit inside of the courtroom.
All right, Safa Robinson Ferrer, always great to hear your insight into these cases. Before we sign you off, though, in your opinion, do you see more Jane or possibly John Doe cases still being brought about against Sean Combs, aka Diddy?
I certainly expect that there will be. I believe that his criminal case is scheduled to go to trial in the middle of this year. I expect that there's probably going to be some more cases filed, as things continue, and after there's either an acquittal or a conviction on that case. So I do, unfortunately, expect that there are going to be some additional cases and filings under John Doe status in these cases.
All right, Safa Robinson Ferrer, again, thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
As I mentioned, the lawsuit against Diplo was tossed out. As for Sean Carter and Garth Brooks, their respective lawsuits from their accusers are still ongoing at this time. As for
A lot more statements have come in since this allegation against Jay-Z. We have Christopher Melcher to break it all down. By end of the month, let's see how it goes. But no, welcome. It looks fantastic, sir. But, the big news today is this Jay-Z lawsuit. We've been texting, I know, a few of your thoughts, but just for those to update real quick, he has now been added to this lawsuit. This was from a Jane Doe. He has now been, it was readjusted, and Sean Carter has been added, along with a whole section about how allegedly Carter has now tried to bully, harass Busby and his client. It's all in this new amended lawsuit. Jay-Z responded. We posted that last night. If you missed my reaction to that, go check that out. A lot of you guys caught it. But since then, we've had a lot of other reactions, including Tony Busby, Diddy's lawyers, and everybody else has come forward. Before we get onto that, I just want to get to the first question to you, Christopher. How worried should Jay-Z be? Obviously, these are allegations, and Jay-Z's come out forcefully. This isn't me. He didn't really fully deny it specifically, but he's clearly aggressively trying to put out that this Tony Busby character is a character. How worried should Jay-Z and Beyonce be, in your opinion?
Well, this is one of the most horrific things to be accused of for anyone. And so what I like Jay-Z's statement that he was pointing to the harm that's caused to his family, the need for him to now explain to his family and probably friends and wife and everything and go and deny.
I think he got to explain these allegations, fam. You don't get attorneys to play and find victims to play the role of informant if you're not guilty. If you're innocent. If you're not guilty, you won't get attorneys to go out their way to find and subpoenas witnesses to play the informant. Because what that tells me that Jay-Z is discriminating, incriminating witnesses to incriminate his involvement. So when it comes to this rapper and entrepreneur Jay-Z, who will name is Sean Carter, it says here was accused in a lawsuit of Sunday of raping a teen girl actor in a war show more than 2 decades ago, along with Sean Diddy Combs. The hip-hop facing federal sexual traffic charges and a wave of lawsuits of sexual assaults. So the plaintiff on Sunday suit says that she was 13 at the time and assaulted according to the complaint, which was filed in federal court in New York's Southern District. Carter denied the allegation Sunday, calling them in a statement that Combs' legal team dismissed the suit as a shameful publicity stunt. Okay, so it says, where are the allegations against Carter? So it said the lawsuit was originally filed in October against Combs, and it was amended Sunday to include Carter as a defendant. The plaintiff, who identified as John Doe, and the suit says he met the man at the MTV Music Awards at Radio City Music Hall in Manhattan, 2000. She'd been trying to get into the event or to go to an after party, but did not have a ticket, and she began approaching a limousine driver outside, according to the suit. So it says one of the drivers says he worked for Combs and told her she fit with Diddy, was looking for the suit. After the driver took her an after party, the plaintiff says she was told to sign what she believed was a non-disclosure agreement and given a drink that made her woozy the suit. So the plaintiff led down in a room. It says the lawsuit was said Combs and Carter entered. Carter removed her clothing, according to the suit, and raped her while Combs and a female celebrate, and who is not named in the document watch. It says Combs tried to force the plaintiff to perform oral sex, but she hit him in the neck, and he stopped the suit. She grabbed her clothes and ran to a gas station and called her father, and says in a statement, Carter says the lawyer who filed the suit had made a terrible error in the judgment, thinking that all the celebrities are the same. I'm not far from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the projects of Brooklyn. We don't play these type of games. We have very strict codes and honor. We protect children. You sing and people for personal gain. Only your network conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the claim you have against me, that if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, will be a laughable, he added. Carter described a letter from the lawyers who filed the suit as an effort to blackmail him into Sydney. Attorney, we have Tony Buzzy came out, says his client has sought only confidential meditation and did not demand any money. In a response to a letter, Buzzy said in the man complaint that Carter had harassed and bullied and intimidation against the plaintiff lawyers, their family, employees, and former associates in an attempt to silence the plaintiff for naming Jay-Z. On Monday, a lawyer for Carter asked a judge to neither deny a request to allow the plaintiff to remain anonymous or dismiss the case. Now, why if you are innocent, why are you getting your team to pay $10,000 to find random witnesses to go at Tony Buzzy and his law firm team to dismiss the case? Why? See, whenever you're doing something like that I always said this, fam, that a person is like Jay-Z, who's have all this power and he had been an influencer for a long time, and have all this power to go, you know what I mean, to get witnesses to incriminate Tony Buzzy and his law firm. Why would you get witness to play the informant, to put a stare tactic on Tony Buzzy and his law firm? Why would Jay-Z put himself at high risk like that? Because now it's not looking good for Jay-Z. So it says here in a response to a letter, Buzzy says in an amended complaint that Carter had harassed and bullied and intimidate against the plaintiff, lawyers, the family, employee, and former associate attempts to silence the plaintiff for naming Jay-Z into this case, man. It says Carter lawyer asked for a motion hearing which had not yet been scheduled. The lawyer, Alex, says to the plaintiff this decision to sue anonymous was inconsistent with a genuine effort to determine the truth or falsity of these allegations, as opposed to an effort to procure a quick extortionate settlement. So to falsify these allegations, as opposed to an effort to procure a quick extortionate settlement. So how are Carter and Combs linked it now? See, Carter and Combs is linked because they have been best friends. Both men rose to fame in the 1990 hip-hop scene in New York, where Combs founder of Bad Boy Records. So you see they had a long history from 1990. So evidently they had a 30-year relationship, friendship. So when you have a friendship that long, see this kind of stuff don't go away. So it's documented that Carter and Combs had a long-term relationship. It says both men rose to fame in the 1990 hip-hop scene in New York, with Combs finding Bad Boys record and helping launch the career of Notorious B.I.G., and Carter helping found Rockefeller Records and releasing his debut album in 96. It says they appear on each other music and went on to become well-known and wealthy entrepreneurs whose business venture went far beyond hip hop. So we know they had a friendship, man. They had a long-term friendship. It says Carter founded the entertainment company the Rockefellers in 2008. He estimated his wealth at 2.5 billion, which of Diddy's wealth in recent years came from a partnership with a vodka band, according to documents. So we see that they had a long-term history. So it says Cone 55 was arrested in September in connection with what federal authorities described as a year-long scheme to sexual abuse in women. He was charged with racketeering, conspiracy of sex trafficking, and transportation for purpose of prostitution, federal prosecution said. Prosecutors in New York and Southern District accused Combs of coercing and forcing women into drug-fueled freak-offs with male sex workers that he arranged, directed, and recorded. Combs has also been named as a defendant in a lawsuit of Busby filed on behalf of more than 100 accusers from across the United States. From the United States. So this case is bigger than what we think it is. So it says Combs, who is being held at Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center without bail, pleading not guilty to the federal charge, and his lawyer have denied the allegations in the lawsuits. So at his legal teams, he said before Mr. Combs have full confidence in the facts and integrity of the process. His legal representatives said in a statement Sunday in court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs never had sexual assault or trafficked anyone, man or woman, or adults or minors. So let's roll this clip here.
That he did this, and it's very painful, I'm sure. And you know, the problem, and ultimately we're going to get into, is it's very easy to file a lawsuit. If you have a computer and word processor, you can just type whatever you want to and file it with the court. And that's honestly all we have at this point to make what is one of the most serious accusations that could be made against an individual.
Yeah, well said. Again, everybody due process. A lot of people jumping to Jay-Z, conclusions against Jay-Z, and we'll go there a little bit as well. But yeah, his response was a lot. For me, though, my big red flag was very deflective, defensive. Now, again, when you're innocent, you want to do that. You want to go attack. But it was a lot of just Tony's character, bringing up that he was a Marine, which is a lot of stuff that just felt like, what is this? Is this necessary? Now, it goes both ways of why not just say I wasn't there, I've never seen this woman, I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of questions. And my biggest question, why not condemn Diddy up until this point? Do you think any of that has hurt sort of his, people's opinion of Jay-Z, that he's sort of been silent on all this, and now he's being active and defending himself, but didn't condemn his friend who's on that video against Cassie, with many wondering, well, you guys go way back. Are you condemning or going to call this out?
Yeah, that's always difficult to know what to say, when to say, all that. And, especially here with this allegation being made against Jay-Z, trying to get out quick. These statements are never going to be perfect. I do treat his statement as a denial for sure. And the reason why he's calling out Busby is because Attorney Busby has inserted himself into the story. If you recall the press conference with the big 1-800 number in the back. And so Busby made the story about him. And that's really something that as lawyers or advocates we should never do. It's not about us. It's not our case. It's about the plaintiff and defendant in this particular situation. But here it's about Busby. And if you look into Busby's background, I think he's an accomplished lawyer. He has been very successful, but he has this really outlandish lifestyle. And you're talking, multiple exotic cars, a mansion, and art that he proudly displays. And sure, if he's earned all that money, that's fine. But it just seems over the top. And I got to think that the amount of publicity that he put around the story about trying to find other accusers, the 100 and something people he was representing, it made it more about Busby. And that's why I think he is now fair game. And what Jay-Z and others have said is that they basically get a letter from a lawyer saying, pay us or else. Now, Busby's saying, well, there wasn't a demand for payment, but come on, this is a letter from a lawyer saying, I'm making a claim against you and I want to go to mediation, which is a settlement conference.
Not to interrupt, but I want you guys to exactly have it on screen. Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He even filed his frivolous case under a pseudonym. What he fails to say in his recent statement is my firm sent his lawyer a demand letter on behalf of an alleged victim, and that victim never demanded a penny from him. Instead, she only sought a confidential mediation. Since I sent the letter on her behalf, Mr. Carter has not only sued me, but he has tried to bully and harass me and this plaintiff. His conduct has had the opposite impact. She is emboldened. I'm very proud to resolve. One thing I will add to it previously, Kim caught this back in November 18th. He did say here, the case that I filed in firm is not only without legal merit, it's laughable. On behalf of 2 clients who alleged SA, we sent a standard demand letter to a New York lawyer that we know represents an alleged perpetrator and a potential defendant. It does imply like there were multiples, like Jay-Z might be multiple, but he doesn't mention that here, which is strange because if he's really got proof and all this evidence.
So it says here, Tony Buzzy, who files the suit on behalf of John Doe, tell TMZ, Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He even filed his case under what fails to say in the recent statements in my firm, sent his lawyers a demand letter on behalf of the alley victims, and that the victims never demanded a penny from him. Instead, she only sought a confidential mediation. Since I sent the letter on behalf of Ms. Carter, has not only sued me, but he has tried to bully and harass me, and his plaintiff and his conduct had the opposite impact. She is involved with it. I'm very proud of her resolve.
Wouldn't you say, oh no, not only is he bad, but we have another client coming? It does seem a little wishy-washy to me. I mean, is this a fair response from him, or what is your reaction to that?
Well, it's a ridiculous response for Busby to say that they weren't looking for money. Of course they're looking for money. I mean, he's retained. He only gets paid as a percentage of the amount that he collects. He's not going to send a letter to Jay-Z's attorney asking to go to mediation, which is a settlement conference, unless he anticipates, asking for money. So there's no question. So I disagree with the response. And it's fine if he wants to try and settle things quietly. That's great. Give him an opportunity. But this thing has been pretty noisy, again, with the press conference. And Busby also was saying he wasn't going to just go against Diddy. He's going to go against all these other people, which is fine. If they're active participants in any wrongful conduct, they should be held accountable. But he's also talking about going after the hotel where some of these things occurred, or who knows, maybe the manufacturer of the baby oil. So he's out there with a dragnet, sending these letters and shaking down money from them. Now, not to say that it's a level of extortion, but it's like, this is the game that's being played. So I think Busby is fair game to go after and ultimately show your cards, Busby, because again, he's posting a picture of himself as a Marine, some old picture. Why don't you post some proof here? Because if you remember before we saw the Cassie video, Diddy went out there and said that was a shakedown, and people just don't know because we weren't there. We didn't witness what happened. So people take sides or get confused when it comes
to this money and legal suits, man. I want to say something right here, man. We got a corrupted system for bringing injustice, man. I always say and point out that the love of money is the rule of all evil, and some people are eager for it. So if Tony Buzzy is eager for the money, and that eager to bringing injustice for these people that been, that been raped, that been at these parties, these freak offs, that was attended, and that experienced so much heinous acts and things like that. If Tony Buzzy is in it for the money, I want to say this, found that there has not been no justice in the justice system. We in the living days and time that we living in, that there's corrupted justice systems, and so only time can tell, man. Like I said, only time can tell, man. And money buys up a lot of things, man. You know what I mean? So we don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? When it comes to these accusations, things like that, when it comes to the lawsuit settlements and all this that's going on. So many is all evil, man. Some people are eager for it. They were ready to, settle out the case. But in this case, we just don't know. Like I said, only time can tell. We just don't know at all that, you know what I mean, if Tony Buzzy was sell out for money and things like that, man. You know what I mean? This extortion and, you know what I mean? We don't know what Tony Buzzy is up to. We don't know if Tony Buzzy is here to fight for justice. And, I would like to see that he subpoenas more witnesses because they got over 300 people and they already witnessed 50 people. So I would like to see, you know what I mean, justice. I like to see him fight for justice and, you know what I mean, bring out more people involvement and who was attending at these freak off parties. Yes, I would like to see Tony Buzzy, you know what I mean, his law firm, work. So like I said, only time can tell. This road is clip. Let's see what he has to say here.
When the Cassie video came out, it was clear. Where is the Jay-Z video?
Yeah, it's interesting. He brought up the fact that he was a Marine in Jay-Z's response, but he has no integrity or valor. You've neither of those, honor, etc. And Busby definitely jumped on that. Recognize this guy as a picture of weapons platoon commander, Alpha Company, 1st Battalion, 4th Marines from our old Western, blah, blah, blah. During a coordinated aggressive effort that has included harassing my kids, contacting my clients and former clients to encourage them to sue me, contact my colleagues or former employees asking if I've been ABUSD'd, showing up at my current employees' homes to harass them, filing frivolous cases. None of this really matters, right? I am still that guy. I won't be bullied or intimidated. People will see through the effort to discredit me. Well, I guess what's the end game now? Because you make a good point of like, look, you can post the Marine photos. Was this out of line even for Jay-Z to go bring up his Marine status? We could all argue who do you believe? But you're right. At the end of the day, where's the evidence? And is it Tony's job to put the evidence now out there? Because don't you wait for a trial for that? Do you think Busby really would have done all this, put his name on the line, and now Jay-Z's name on the line if they didn't have something else to show for it?
Well, that's it. I would hope for Busby's sake that he has vetted this information and he has some corroboration around it, because Busby, is potentially going to be liable if he, knowingly made a false claim. He's going to bear personal responsibility for this. So I would hope that he has the evidence to support it. But again, we haven't seen it. Technically, you don't have to present that until, court time. But, here he's doing these press conferences at the same. So we have this press relations and then the court action going on. And so, again, the response by Busby is showing like this is about him. I am a warrior. I'm not going to back down. I kind of view that as a way of getting more clients because, again, look at some of the videos and that Busby has put up about, walk through his home and all the exotic cars. That's going to be extraordinarily expensive to maintain that lifestyle. He's going to have to continue bringing on clients, and I see this as advertising.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we don't know. He could have something. I guess my question, though, is if he doesn't, is Tony really then liable? I mean, can he say, I was just believing my client and she came forward? What can Jay-Z and particularly Alex Spiro, a very powerful and talented lawyer, what can they actually do here against Busby?
So there's claims for malicious prosecution or defamation and libel. Some of that's going to be protected because things that are said in the course of litigation generally are not actionable unless they're just knowingly false claims that are being made. But some of these statements were made pre-litigation, meaning before the case was filed, I believe. So that's going to potentially be actionable. Somebody's filed the suit. I'm not exactly sure who filed that suit, but it could very well be Jay-Z's lawyer filed against Busby. So, again, it's like those are hard cases to win, but they're not impossible. I mean, look at Johnny Depp. He overcame a lot of odds to go after Amber. So this could happen. Jay-Z's got a bigger bankroll than Busby does for sure. And, So again, I hope for Busby's sake and his client's sake that they actually have some proof here, because this is a horrific allegation to make just without.
I'm curious, does this, as a lawyer, does this help when Diddy's lawyers are now coming to your defense? The amended complaint and recent extortion exposed a barrage of lawsuits against Mr. Combs for what they are shameless publicity stunts designed to extract payments from celebrities who fear having lies spread about them, just as lies have been spread about Mr. Combs. As his legal team has said before, Mr. Combs has full confidence the facts and integrity of the judicial process in court. The truth will prevail, that Mr. Combs never essayed or trafficked anyone, man, woman, adult, or...
I just want to say this, man. How long this case had been, man, and how this been, everything been swept under the rug, man. You know what I mean? These things happen at parties, man. I feel that these women be drugged, they'd be forced into sexual activity, rape, abuse. You know, now that this case happened so long, you're talking about 25 years, you know what I mean? How long it, you know what I mean, happened. You know what I mean? Jay-Z can either walk as a free man, because there's a lot of things, you know what I mean, that happen in between time that it's hard to go back on a night, you know what I mean, that she came out saying that she went into an after party and that in front there was a limousine that took her to these parties, man. And I don't see, a lot of things raise suspicion to me. You know what I mean, on this historic night. You know what I mean, with the limo driver pass, you know what I mean, his deceased. So there's a lot of things, you know what I mean, play the role of Jay-Z and Diddy involvement, man. You know, even though we looking at 25 years ago, you know what I mean, there's a lot of evidence that's not here today. You know what I mean? So, you know, when it comes to that 13-year-old making these accusations, man, she was drugged, she was feeling oozy, she couldn't remember anything. So do that necessarily means that her statement goes inadmissible, that her statement don't match on the night? I mean, you know, here it is, been 25 years, you know, and, you know, with Jay-Z being involved in racketeering and trafficking, sex trafficking and prostitution on purpose of underage, you know what I mean, minors, you know. So here's my thing. Jay-Z better run. Because like I said, if Diddy spilled the beans, if Diddy said, yeah, you was involved, you pulled this girl's clothing down. Yeah, I sit there and seen all that. We watched that. You know, here's the thing. Would Jay-Z snitch on Jay-Z? I mean, excuse me, would Diddy snitch on Jay-Z? Or would Jay-Z and, you know what I mean, will walk free as a free man and Diddy will remain quiet? You got to remember, man, that the two was involved with this 13-year-old. You know, so would Jay-Z and his legal team beat this case? Or would Diddy, you know what I mean, snitch? See, that's the question that we need to ask. You know, the two was involved with a 13-year-old girl, but if Jay-Z, is he's going to remain quiet, or he's going to point the finger at Diddy? Because we know for a fact that she was drugged. We know that she was feeling woozy. We know that Jay-Z pulled her clothing off. We know that the girl punched Diddy and ran out the door. We know all this because it was said on the TMZ reports. So we know that this happened. But whether Tony Buzzy can prove the state beyond a reasonable doubt of Jay-Z involvement. Do he got new witnesses? Do he got new witnesses coming forward? How many people he has subpoenas? We don't know. Only time can tell. So it's going to be very interesting to see Tony Buzzy and his legal team, can they find some kind of evident ground on the victim?
Minor Do you think that's actually good for Jay-Z that Diddy's team's out there doing that?
No, I got to think Jay-Z is going to want as much distance as possible. I mean, Diddy is in a completely different situation than Jay-Z. You know, again, it's like I think just as a matter of due process and rights that we have as individuals, that we carry with us some presumption of innocence, and until some evidence has been presented that convinces, you know, particularly a jury. But here it's like just us in public. Again, Busby with his word processor banging out a complaint. That's all we have right now. There's not a shred of evidence that I'm aware of that suggests that Jay-Z did anything. So I would just, you know, for me, I'm holding any judgment until I see proof.
Well, he makes the comment that this should be a criminal case, but Busby doesn't have that choice, right? That'd be up for the government, and they still could, right? I mean, the other thing is we're making a video on this for later today. Jay-Z does have a strange history.
See, look at the history he have. See, we didn't let her alone. Jay-Z under fire for keeping 16-year-old Rihanna held up in his office until 3 a.m. to secure a record deal. So we know that Jay-Z had involvements when it comes to bribing, when it's come to raping and underage girls. We know this. We know this. We know the history we have with Foxy Brown. We know the history we have with, Rihanna. We know the history we have with Aaliyah. We know the history we have with Kathy Rice. So can Tony Busby find some leverage in this case? Can he bring up his history past that Jay-Z have history underage? Can this be the evidence that he needs to present? Because you got an alleged victim that was 13 years old, witness seeing the two, Jay-Z and Diddy, salty rape her during an after party that happened at the BET Music Award after party. So could this open the Pandora box that we didn't let her leave, but Jay-Z was under fire for keeping the 16-year-old Rihanna held up in the office until 3 a.m. to secure a record deal? Just as with Foxy Brown. So can this be the cake? Can this be the cake that he have a long history with underage minors? Come on. Can Tony Busby hit this on the nail, and that if this is true, that Jay-Z have history to see Rihanna was locked in a room at 3 a.m. to secure a record deal. Now, can this be the deal? If Tony Busby can roll the dice and play his cards, that Jay-Z, not only that he was involved in this 13-year-old, but it's a history that he had his share with underage minors. Come on. You can't make this crap up, man. He's just as guilty as Diddy. Let's roll this clip here.
Christopher, there's a lot of stories of these young, very young teenage artists, Rihanna, Aaliyah, even Beyonce, who were sort of coerced and forced into these things. This is a story Rihanna told back in the day. So there's a lot of stuff that's coming forward. Then there's all the Jaguar rights out there who have been saying they're labeling her this conspiracy theorist, but they're not suing her. And granted, she might not have the money, but at some point, if it's this serious, Christopher, and these lies are now coming out, wouldn't you say, F the money, let's shut her up and go after her? If you have all the money in the world and Alex Spiro, why not put yourself up against the Jaguar rights who are out there starting these allegations in the first place?
Yeah, so, I mean, definitely if it was Jay-Z behind the lawsuit against Busby, then, he's going on the offensive. Some of those lawsuits work, some of them don't work. But I just think, like I say, I don't know. That's my point. I'm not defending Jay-Z. I'm just defending his right to
due process.
To due process, saying, hey, this needs to be heard in court, and if he did something wrong, he should absolutely be held accountable for it. But right now, we basically have a filing of a lawsuit and some press releases. So I am just personally want to see something and have this right in court here rather than just being tried in the press.
As it should be, as we all should be, but it won't be because it's the internet. But anyway, we'll try our best, and we're going to give you some more stuff as well to look into. So stay tuned, hit that subscribe if you haven't already. Follow Christopher Melcher over at C_divorce. Always a pleasure to have you, sir. I enjoy the mustache. Let Christopher know what you think of his mustache down in the comments down below. And if you haven't already,
Beyonce and Jay-Z will do anything to destroy.
A lot of people don't know this, but you can be using Instagram to generate automated passive income from the comfort of your home, even if you have 0 followers and even if you do not want to show your...
Sometimes it's overwhelming.
The whole world knows that Solange and Jay-Z haven't always had the best relationship, but now that he is facing a lawsuit that threatens his career and reputation, she has let her true feelings about him be known.
Just coming out this evening, Jay-Z is being accused of a minor along with Diddy at a MTV VMAs after party back in 2000, according to documents obtained by Fox News Digital tonight. The lawsuit, which was initially filed back in October, was refiled tonight in New York by an anonymous accuser claiming Jay-Z, whose full name is Sean Carter, her while Combs and Celebrity B watched. So that other celebrity was not named. Initially, the lawsuit stated Combs the minor while Celebrity A and Celebrity B watched. Carter was named as Celebrity A in the refiled lawsuit. Representatives for Jay-Z did not immediately respond to Fox News Digital request for comment. Combs and Carter allegedly, quote, took turns assaulting the minor, according to the lawsuit. Many others were present at the after party but did nothing to stop the assault, it alleges. The 13-year-old girl was dropped off at Radio City Music Hall by a friend as she wanted to attend the MTV Video Music Awards back in 2000, according to the lawsuit. In an attempt to gain entry to the venue, she began approaching limousine drivers waiting outside the celebrity-filled event. One of the limousine drivers she spoke to claimed to work for Diddy, the lawsuit read. He told her that Combs liked younger girls and said that, quote, she fit what Diddy was looking for, not allowing her into the awards, but inviting her to an after party.
And what she's had to say about it all might surprise you. I think we can all agree that Solange probably isn't Jay-Z's #1 fan. The whole world got to see what she did to him in that elevator back in 2014, thanks to the leaked CCTV footage of them.
Let's talk about it. All right, so the biggest story around the world seems to be Jay-Z being attacked in the elevator by Beyonce's sister Solange. It's leading on all the newscasts. Of course, it's a hot topic here, but it's amazing how the world has let go of everything else important and is talking about this. She is kicking his behind, and the security guard's trying to hold her back. Beyonce's next to Jay-Z in the corner, and I know you've seen this footage before, and you know that Beyonce waited a long time before she stepped in between them. Yes, she almost kicked him in his area, but he caught it. This was at, as you might know by now, the after party to the Met Gala. It was at a place here in Manhattan called the Standard Hotel. The hotel is upset because the footage even got out, because this is supposed to be a place that caters to celebrities. But who falls for that? You know, of course, this footage probably made somebody rich. The only thing that would make somebody richer is the person who's got the audio. Okay, so now, you know, I will just say that people have been speculating and saying, well, why didn't Beyonce get in the middle? In my mind, Beyonce didn't get in the middle because Solange was probably attacking him.
But at the end of the day, he's married to her sister, so they're family. And in recent years, Jay-Z and Solange have been spotted posing for pictures together at family affairs, though some people have questioned if they're genuinely getting along or if it's just for the cameras.
Now that Jay-Z is facing his darkest hour, does he have the support of his sister-in-law?
A lawsuit claiming that Sean Diddy Combs raped a 13-year-old back in 2000 was amended to also accuse Jay-Z. His statement on Sunday slammed Busby and claimed that the attorney tried to blackmail him into settling. Then, late last night, Busby posted on X saying in part that no one has made any threats and Jay-Z's comments are bogus and laughable. He also called the rapper's allegations a, quote, coordinated and desperate effort to focus the public's attention on me personally to avoid attention on the allegations being made by my clients. Jay-Z has denied all allegations.
According to a Page 6 insider, she hasn't turned against him, even as things get bleak.
And a federal judge has ruled the woman alleging she was by Jay-Z and Sean Diddy Combs can remain anonymous. The woman says both men raped her at a party when she was 13 years old. Jay-Z's legal team had fought to get the case dismissed, arguing his accuser should have to reveal her name, but the judge disagreed. ABC's Morgan Norwood has the latest.
A legal victory for the woman who is suing Jay-Z for allegedly her when she was 13. A federal judge ruling the woman can proceed with the case while remaining anonymous, at least for now. But the judge also chastising the lawyers representing Jay-Z, accusing them of trying to fast-track the judicial process by repeatedly filing motions to reveal the identity of the Jane Doe to have the case dismissed. The judge, writing in a 5-page brief, that the Carter's lawyers' relentless filing of combative motions containing inflammatory language and ad hominem attacks is inappropriate, a waste of judicial resources, and a tactic unlikely to benefit his client. The court will not fast-track the judicial process merely because the counsel demands it. This latest legal twist?
So we see here when it comes to Jay-Z accusing a civil lawsuit of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000 along with Diddy Combs. It says Jay-Z, the star rapper and entrepreneur who will name and Sean Carter, was accused in a lawsuit Sunday of raping a 13-year-old girl in 2000 along with Sheen Diddy Combs. The anonymous accused, identified only as John Doe, says the assault happened after she was driven into an MTV Music Award after party. It said federal lawsuit was originally filed in October in the Southern District of New York, listing Combs as a defendant. We filed Sunday to include Carter, Texas-based attorney Tony Busby, who filed the suit, did not comment. So it says Carter called the allegations in lengthy statement Sunday evening that Busby was engaged in unprofessional behavior. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whoever will commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Will you not agree? Carter said in a statement to NBC News. These hourly victims will deserve the real justice if that was the case. A spokesman for the U.S. Attorney Office for the Southern District of New York declined to comment on whether the office is pursuing the case when shown NBC News report on the lawsuit. Now, Busby has filed several lawsuits in recent months. All have withheld their complainant names, accusing Combs assault and rape. This is the first suit in which he has named other high-profile defendants. In a statement, legal representatives from Combs called the suit shameless and stunt designed to exact payments from a celebrity who fear having lies spread about them, just as lies have been spread about Mr. Combs. So why is it every time when it comes to these celebrities, these entrepreneurs, these billionaire, multi-billionaire people, why do it come when somebody found a lawsuit, why they lawsuit can't get heard? And why is it so important to them that when it comes to these people filing lawsuits that they want to go and remain anonymous, that they want to go under John Doe? It's because to save their, to save them from being assaulted. Why do it comes to when if you say you innocent, let's get a motion dismissal. Let the attorneys handle it. Why is it that you coming out saying, well, when it comes to these lawsuits and things, people saying that I'm being allegedly accused of, you know what I mean? I want to state my innocence. If you're innocent, you're innocent. But I don't see that why you got to go the extra mile. So it says here, as his legal team has said before, Mr. Combs called the suit shameless and stunt designed to payment for celebrities who fear having lies spread about them, just as lies have been spread about Mr. Combs. It says, as his legal team has said before, Mr. Combs have fully confidence in the fact and integrity of the process in court, and the truth will be prevail. Ms. Combs never had sexual assault or trafficked any one man, woman, adult, minors. In a statement read, now, could this Tony Buzzy is filing more lawsuits, subpoena in more with this in the Diddy sexual case? You know what I mean? Could Diddy, you know what I mean, spill the beans? Could Diddy tell on Jay-Z? Because it looked like to me, you know what I mean, everybody know what happened. It was said that Jay-Z forced to pull the woman clothes off, and when they tried taking turn, I guess it was Diddy was up next. She found a way to punch Diddy and ran out. But it was shown that Jay-Z pulled this young girl's clothes off. Now, could these allegations stick? You know what I mean? I mean, when it comes doing detective work, old police work, there's a pattern. And that pattern, there's a history of involvement that Jay-Z have. See, Jay-Z been quiet too long. But there's history of involvement that Jay-Z had with locking up Rihanna. You know what I mean? When she was locked up in a room until she signed a record deal. You see, that shows to me that you had control of these victims. You know, and look at Foxy Brown. Look what happened to her in her career. Look what happened to Leah in her career. Look what happened to his secret affair with Kathy Wright, his mistress. Come on. I think now if we really look at it, Jay-Z involvement, that plays a role of Jay-Z having history with underage minors. You know, and I believe at some point the state will look at his motion hearing, and I hope that this motion hearing will get denied because of his involvement. I think that if Tony Buzzy look at these allegations, look at his history, there's a pattern. If you see his pattern, yes, Jay-Z have history with underage minors. He have a history. Let's roll this clip.
Coming after the recently filed civil lawsuit by Jane Doe, claiming that Jay-Z, whose real name is Sean Carter, and P. Diddy, a 13-year-old girl at an after party after the MTV Music Awards in 2000, while an unnamed celebrity watched. Jay-Z has vehemently denied all the allegations, putting out this statement 2 weeks ago, writing in part, "This is a blackmail attempt." The multi-platinum artist, who was 30 at the time, now a business mogul with decades.
They claimed that Solange let Beyonce know that she'd be there for her, and she would be available to talk anytime she needed. Apparently, she reached out to Beyonce the moment she first heard about the allegations. The insider wasn't the only one who was saying that Solange was on Jay-Z's side. Another source told US Weekly that
while an unnamed celebrity watched. Jay-Z has vehemently denied all the allegations, putting out this statement 2 weeks ago, writing in part, "This is a blackmail attempt." The multi-platinum artist, who was 30 at the time, now a business mogul with decades.
They claimed that Solange let Beyonce know that she'd be there for her, and she would be available to talk anytime she needed. Apparently, she reached out to Beyonce the moment she first heard about the allegations. The insider wasn't the only one who was saying that Solange was on Jay-Z's side. Another source told US Weekly that even though Solange and her mom, Tina, weren't the biggest fans of Jay-Z and Beyonce's relationship, They didn't believe the allegation that he was involved with someone underage.
And an older white woman saying, "Oh, your son is a gangster rapper, right? How did you let him marry your daughter?" And it was just shocking to me. And I said, "No, actually, my son is a CEO." She didn't think of him as a CEO or even a talented celebrity that, was a great businessman.
Following the clip, Tina shared what she took away from the experience.
At that time, I remember thinking, I can't be mad at her.
The source told the outlet that Beyonce's mother and sister just did not think that the horrific thing that Jay-Z had been accused of could be something that he would ever have done.
Pop mogul Jay-Z. His name has been revealed. The allegation is that he and Diddy a 13-year-old girl at an after party in the year 2000 after the MTV Video Music Awards. Now, Jay-Z is denying these allegations. In a statement he posted to his X account, he denies the allegations and questions why this was done civilly, why this civil lawsuit was filed demanding money, and why a criminal complaint has not been made. He writes, quote, "My lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny." End quote. So that was what Jay-Z said publicly on his X account. In a statement to ABC News, that attorney, Mr. Busby, said, quote, "The pleading speaks for itself. This is a very serious matter that will be litigated in court."
A different insider told US Weekly that Beyonce didn't tolerate anyone saying anything bad about Jay-Z to her. She was standing by him. She's reportedly upset that this is happening, but she believes that he's innocent.
Rap and media mogul Jay-Z now accused of a 13-year-old girl in 2000 along with Sean Diddy Combs. Now, this lawsuit was originally filed back in October in the Southern District of New York, listing Diddy as the defendant, but it was just refiled today to include Jay-Z now, whose real name is Sean Carter. Of course, he's the husband of Beyonce. The anonymous accuser alleging the assault occurred after she was driven to an after party following the MTV Video Music Awards. The suit says she was offered a drink that made her feel, quote, woozy, lightheaded, and felt like she needed to lie down. Shortly after, the suit claims Jay-Z and Diddy entered the room where she was resting, eventually sexually assaulting her. And now, just in the last hour, we are hearing from Jay-Z and his team of lawyers. They are denying the claim and say that they are the victims of blackmails.
We gotta explain this, family. We gotta explain this to the T family. Now, if they know that Jay-Z was in the room, right, and that the two, like that Jay-Z pulled this young girl's clothes off and raped her, while Diddy's and another person was there that watched. And I believe that Diddy was on his way, and that they said that they was taking turns, and that Diddy was on his way to assault her, but she, you know what I mean, rised up and socked Diddy, and she ran. So if that's out, right? If it's out that Jay-Z was involved of this, and see, Jay-Z is afraid that what Diddy's seen, and that Diddy's gonna come forward to testify on these allegations to save himself, because you got to think about it, fam. The more Tony Busby file these lawsuits, more lawsuits getting filed on Diddy. Don't think for a second that Diddy gonna spill the beans, because he's looking at life, man. He got everything pointing to him. So I just won't be surprised from the way, if we look at TMZ, if we look at source, that she was given a drink, they say. She was feeling ooze. And they said Jay-Z was one in the room, and it was Diddy and some other guys watched. And they said Jay-Z forced the woman, you know what I mean, pulling her clothes off, raped her while they watched. And then Diddy came to insult her. Then once You know what I mean? She saw Diddy attack. She's found a way to sock at Diddy, and she ran out the door. So how is this being brought up, and how that people can't see that Jay-Z had involvement right there? And there's evidence, there's history that Jay-Z have with minors. If this is brought up and the source knows and people knows that Jay-Z was involved with this 13-year-old girl, and they already got new accusation on Diddy. This they know that this is not looking good for Diddy, because Diddy won't come out to sell. He's been denied his bail 3 times. I think at some point Jay-Z better run, because now Diddy, he's gonna spill the beans. He's gonna say, you just as guilty as me, and you was involved with a 13-year-old girl. So you gotta really think about the whole thing. How will this play out? Will Diddy tell on Jay-Z that he was involved with this 13-year-old girl? See, there's has been a friendship with Diddy and Jay-Z. So now that everyone ducking and dodging, acting like they don't know Diddy, acting like they didn't have no kind of involvements in the freak offs. Now, do this raise question of Jay-Z involvement on this 13-year-old girl when it comes to the MTV Music Award after parties? Could this allegation be true? Of course things is consistent, because if you giving a drink, fam, if you oozy and you can't remember a night, you can't remember what happened, but all she can remember that she knows there was Jay-Z, Diddy, and some others took her into that room. You know, they forced her with a drink and took her into the room and said, you, and then Diddy said in these words, oh, you came to party. You came to party with us. And she was forced and rape. Come on. Now, do this sound consensual? Even when Cassie came out, she got 9 tapes and saying that all of these tapes, it's 100% that all of these tapes was consensual. Now this 13-year-old girl, man, you don't find that suspicious? You don't find it suspicious? Why she's, you know what I mean, filing this suit and she knows who was there? You don't find it suspicious? Or you don't find it suspicious that Jay-Z have a history with underage minors? You don't find it suspicious? See, if you think about it, we in a corrupted justice system, and that Jay-Z don't want to have no part of Diddy involvement, you know. But the truth of the matter is that they have a history with knowing each other for the past 30 years. You can't make this thing up. You can't just make this thing up. Rumors, I say it again, shows that Jay-Z and Diddy had a history knowing each other for 30 years. They had a friendship. Now, could this be the cake that Diddy can come forward and say, yeah, I know Jay-Z. I know his involvement. I know what he's involved in. Could this seal the cake? Because you know, we look at things, Diddy looking at life. Where he's involved in, he's looking at life. So the question is, can he bring his brother into his involvement? I mean, because they got it already. They got it found. They got it that this Jay-Z man pull her clothes down while Diddy and some other watch. and they took turns with this 13-year-old. Come on, man, you can't make this stuff up. TMZ report have it the way that they describing it, and you see a pattern. You see a pattern with Jay-Z involvement with underage. It's a pattern.
Saying, quote, "I will not give you one red penny."
The source went on to say, everyone in Beyonce and Jay-Z's extended family is trying to process this and is talking, but mostly everyone wants to be there for Beyonce. According to them, if she ever needed to talk about it, then her family would be there for her. While Solange hasn't always been in Jay-Z's corner, Tina is known for repeatedly showing her support for her son-in-law, which was why there were more than a few raised eyebrows when she liked to post on Instagram about the Jay-Z lawsuit.
Beyonce's mom, Tina Knowles, is speaking out about some recent social media activity.
No offense, but if you still think that driving food around is the best way to make money in today's economy, I'm sorry, but you got it wrong. There's a little-known trend attracting millions of people right now called Audible.
On December 9th, a 70-year-old took to Instagram and claimed her account was hacked after she seemingly liked a post from ABC7 Chicago that shared details about the rape allegations against her son-in-law Jay-Z, whose legal name is Sean Carter, which he has denied. The matriarch shared a screenshot from her phone's notes app on Instagram where she claimed, quote, "I was hacked. As you all know, I do not play about my family. So if you see something uncharacteristic of me, just know that is not me." In her caption, she warned fans to stop with the nonsense, writing, "Please stop playing with me," along with the Bible verse, "No weapon formed against my family shall prosper." Tina's clarification comes on the heels of new legal drama hitting Jay-Z. He was named a defendant in a lawsuit on Sunday that alleges he a 13-year-old girl allegedly alongside Sean Diddy Combs in 2000. The accuser is anonymous, only identified as Jane Doe, and claims the assault allegedly happened at an MTV Video Music Awards after-party per NBC News. The outlet also notes that the federal lawsuit had originally been filed in October in the Southern District of New York, where it listed Sean Combs as a defendant. However, it was refiled Sunday to include Jay-Z's name. In a lengthy statement released December 8th, the rapper denied the allegations and also addressed Tony Busby, the lawyer who filed the suit, writing, quote, "These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case." The 55-year-old added that his only heartbreak is for his family. He shares 3 children with his wife Beyonce, which are Blue Ivy and twins Rumi and Sir. Quote, "My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such at their young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit."
A report by US Weekly revealed that she quickly tried to clear things up, though, by saying that she'd been hacked. In an Instagram post, she wrote, "As you all know, I do not play about my family. So if you see something uncharacteristic of me, just know that is not me." Tina showed her support for her family when she joined Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Blue Ivy at the Mufasa, the Lion King premiere, immediately after the allegation first came out. The 4 of them put on a united front by holding hands together as they posed on the red carpet. But can you guess who was missing from the family lineup? That's right, Solange wasn't anywhere to be found. It could have just been that the timing didn't work with her schedule, but there was also some online speculation that maybe she wasn't super up for showing her support for Jay-Z. It's been just over a decade since the pair had their infamous elevator incident at the Met Gala after party. When TMZ released the surveillance footage of the fight, it spread like wildfire. Considering just how ferocious the whole thing was, it probably took a while for the brother and sister-in-law to recover from it. But did they ever move on from the incident completely? In a song from his album 444, Jay-Z sang, "Nobody wins when the family feuds," which makes me wonder just how true that statement is, and how much he really believes it. Obviously, as we've seen with many famous scandals, the celebrity's PR team put out a diplomatic and tactful collective statement. Her own father thought it was funny.
Ask Solange about the elevator fight with Jay-Z?
No, I haven't. I've never asked her about it. I've said numerous times on interviews, I really cracked up laughing because I just know Solange and her personality. She's a firecracker at times. Don't know if she got that from her mother or from her father. That's up to all of you I'd like for you to just text in or on your social media, who do you think Solange got her personality from? Her mom or her dad? And the answer is...
Well, when you saw that video for the first time, what was your reaction?
I told you, I started laughing. I thought it was funny as hell. What was funny was also, the personalities. Beyonce is there, all calm, collective, and they're Jay and Solange are having their differences, and then it's lights, camera, and it's time to go to work.
This statement said that Jay-Z and Solange each assumed their share of responsibility for what had occurred and acknowledged their role in the private matter that had played out in public. It also claimed that they'd both apologized to each other and had moved forward as a united family. The whole thing was super vanilla, and most likely heavily edited, so it didn't do much to stop the rumor mill from churning. ABC News reported that none of the people in the elevator actually said any...
See, the brawl with Jay-Z and Solange, that, even though that's family, there's a lot of money, fam. There's a lot of money into just keep your mouth shut. I believe Jay-Z paid her well. Keep her mouth shut, man. Because there's these allegations are serious on Jay-Z, man. And I keep saying this to you guys to say this, man. These allegations that he's involved with, and see, that's like people said before, with Jay-Z involved with, he's involved in this. But he's just a quiet one. And the truth of the matter is what comes out in the dark comes to the light, man. And I just wish that, Tony Buzzy play his cards, man, and see that there's been a history of Jay-Z involvement with these minors, man. And it's not even funny, man. It's not even funny to see the involvement that he's involved in with, man. And like I said, man, a lot of times money can buy you other things, but look what happened to R. Kelly. Look what happened to him. I'm surprised he got found out guilty in his first offense. But there's a pattern. You can see a pattern. There's this pattern that Jay-Z has with underage minors, man. You can't walk free from this. I don't care how much money these influencers have, and they can have so much money to put things away, man. I've been always saying that, man. The more money you have, the more problems you have. But they've been having a lot of money to put things away, man, to sweep things away, man. Money can't buy yourself out of the problems you have, man, because when you got one problem, you got another problem. And at some point, I think since Diddy, I don't think Diddy had no deals. I think the only deal they offered him is 15 years to life. And I think, when you want that, especially when you're 55 years old, you don't want to sign a 15-year deal. So I think at some point, Diddy's going to start talking. let's roll this clip because, like I said, we got a lot to cover, man. And I want to make sure I cover everything in this story, man. And I think Jay-Z is involved in this 13-year-old girl, man. I really think that, you know what I mean? You think that Diddy's is a monster. I think Jay-Z is just a monster as Diddy, man. But I think he's quiet with his. But I think that now that you start seeing a pattern of Jay-Z, what he's involved in, you know what I mean? His involvement with minors. You see the pattern already. There's a pattern. How Jay-Z bribed his girls. You know what I mean? You just look at Foxy Brown's example, man. He bribed Foxy Brown for her music career, and you see how miserable she was. You see Foxy Brown. You see she didn't last so long. You see how he bribed Rihanna and her music. You know what I mean? When she signed with Rockefeller, you can't make these kind of things up. You see what happened to Aaliyah. You see what happened with his relationship with Damon Dash. You see the pattern. I want you guys to see the pattern here. His relationship with Damon Dash was rocky, man. When he was trying to take Damon Dash's girl, man. First R. Kelly had her. Then Jay-Z. You don't see the history. Even when his secret mistress, Kathy White, you don't see this history. You don't see that he's trying to hide his kids because he have a history. The truth of the matter is, you see the lines. You see the lineup here that Jay-Z, his history, his involvement.
Anything about what had happened until Solange finally broke the seal in an interview with Lucky magazine. But she didn't exactly drop any jaw-dropping bombshells in it. She obviously didn't want to risk heating things up again. She simply shared that what was important was that she and her family were good. It was pretty clear that whether or not they'd actually kissed and made up behind closed doors, they definitely wanted to give the idea of that to the public. Jay-Z eventually broke his silence on what happened between him and his sister-in-law too.
And for her to say, I'm going to talk about my pain and anger at you, what were those conversations like?
Again, it didn't happen in that way. It happened, we were using our art almost like a therapy session, and we started making music together. Mm-hmm. And then the music she was making at that time was further along. So her album came out as opposed to the joint album that we were working on. We still have a lot of that music. And this is what it became. There was never a point where it was like, I'm making this album. I was there. Right. I was right there the entire time.
And what was her reaction to your work, and what was your reaction to hers? They must have caused
I think they were both
for each of you, right?
Of course. Then both very, very uncomfortable, but sitting in that the best place in hurricane is like in the middle of it. Yeah. We were sitting in the eye of that hurricane. Maybe not use hurricane because so many people are being affected right now, but the best place is right in the middle of the pain. Right. And that's where we were sitting, and it was uncomfortable, and it's a lot of conversations, and really proud of the music.
And I was honestly shocked when I found out what he confessed that he did to Solange. On one of his tracks, he rapped that he egged her on, knowing all along that all he had to say to her was that he was wrong. I think it takes a big person to admit that he made a mistake, especially publicly. And my guess is that Solange probably appreciated it. In 2017, Jay-Z spoke about his relationship with his wife's sister in an interview where he was kind of an open book.
After 3 years of speculation, Jay-Z has finally opened up about that infamous elevator fight with Solange. I'm still waiting for the day the audio is released from the tape, but for now, Jay-Z's explanation will do just fine. It was a day I will never forget.
Yo, have you been injured in a recent car accident? If so, I want to give you a check like this for $50,000. All you need is 30 seconds and to answer 4 simple questions. So if you
eating my cereal when the surveillance tape sprawled across my TV screen showing Solange beating the crap out of Jay-Z while my queen stood watching. I was shook. I think what made it so shocking was that Jay-Z and Beyonce have always been so private, and they were painted as this perfect couple. So when that footage came out, nothing made sense anymore. And now we're getting closure because in a podcast interview with Rap Radar's Elliot Wilson and B-Dot, Jay-Z opened up about the post-Met Gala fight for the first time, saying, quote, "We had one disagreement ever. Before and after, we've been cool. She's like my sister. I will protect her. That's my sister. Not my sister-in-law, my sister. Period. We've always had a great relationship. I fought my brothers and argued with my brothers my whole life. It just so happens who we are, these things go into a different space, but it ain't nothing." So he addressed it, but he didn't really go into detail about why exactly Solange kicked the crap out of him, but I'll take it. Plus, we can pretty much put two and two together after he rapped about the situation in his song Kill Jay-Z, where he says, "You ex..."
I want to say this, fam. I don't know. Jay-Z knows that he's criminating himself. His time is running out, man. He's running out of time. You know what I mean? It's sad that I gotta say this to you guys, that Jay-Z, his time is running out. He's run out of time. He knows time is catching up. Time is coming. You know what I mean? And these things that he's being allegedly accused of, he know his time is running out. He don't know what Diddy's gonna do next. You know, he don't know if Diddy's gonna spill the beans. You know what I mean? There's tapes flowing that on the night of that 2000 MTV Music Award after party, there's tapes flowing, and that Diddy's going to snitch on Jay-Z, man. And everybody know that game's over for Jay-Z. You know what I mean? He can't run no more. He can't hide no more. And Diddy already being, you know what I mean, being involved, you know what I mean, of these allegations, because they already gave him a plea deal, offered him a plea deal, 15 to life, and he's not backing down. He's not taking that. And rumors saying that Jay-Z, you know what I mean, he's involved of these allegations. But here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. What I really want to say, that they said Diddy is sick. He don't want to come out the cell. How sick is he, man? You know what I mean? Will he at some point, you know what I mean? I hate to sound so blunt with this, you know. Will he get sick? Will he die in the cell before his trial? Only time can tell. But they saying that he got thinner. He got a set of gray hairs. He's stressing out. They saying he ain't caught this disease inside the cell. Now, when Jaguar Wright says that she believes that there's 20 celebrities got HIV, living with HIV. She said Diddy was one, and they said Diddy, you know what I mean, had AIDS and spread it widespread to other celebrities. So I don't really think, fam, when it comes to him having a disease inside prison, I think that he already had it. And I think at some point he's not getting the right nutrition. He's, you know what I mean, when you in the jail, you're not getting the right nutritions you need and things like that. So I'm thinking that he's declining, he's losing a lot of weight, and his health. You know what I mean? Everybody thinking, damn, he don't look the same anymore. See, because when you out, man, you got money, and you got this money, you can buy things that you need. You know, so I think the truth of the matter is, I believe, you know what I mean, Jab Wright. You know, I believe her statements, because she won't sit here and lie and say that she knows 20 celebrities. She been in the industry too. So I won't, you know what I mean, I won't sit there and lie. But people like, Morgan to come on and say that she didn't lie of these false allegations. But I believe that Jab Wright was right in saying that she knows celebrities that had lived with HIV and AIDS, man. And you can't make this kind of stuff up. When you in these freak off, and when you see man with man, and you know what I mean, all that's going on, man, of course that leads to disease. That leads questions. You know what I mean? It leads suspicions. So yeah, you know what I mean, why this is playing an impact today, why Diddy ain't coming out his cell. And like I said, what will happen? What will happen in the next couple of weeks, man? What will happen at his trial hearing, man? If these accusations is true, man, if he knows about Jay-Z involvement, man. You know what I mean? I mean, here's a man that's accused of racketeering. He's accused and arson. He's accused of multiple charges, man. You know what I mean? Transportation, prostitution, and now they can slam him with underage minors. So he's accused with a lot of things, man. So at some point, Diddy would spill the beans, man, to save himself, man, because he's in a much deeper hole, man. You know what I mean? They got brand new lawsuits of these allegations of Diddy. So I think at some point, yeah, Diddy's gonna spill the beans on Jay-Z. Jay-Z better run. Jay-Z and Beyonce better run because they up next, man.
Solange on, knowing all along all you had to say you was wrong. You almost went Eric Benet, let the baddest girl in the world get away. I don't even know what else to say. In word, never go Eric Benet. And to give some context, Eric Benet cheated on Halle Berry. In a perfect world, I would love to see Beyonce, Solange, and Jay-Z all do a sit-down interview with like Oprah and just tell the story. But in other Jay-Z news, he recently paid tribute to Chester Bennington at the UK's Virgin V Festival over the weekend.
You guys light it up tonight for Chester. Lincoln Park one time tonight. Please make some noise so we can hear you all the way in heaven tonight.
I love that. But it's time for you guys to do the talking. What do you think about Jay-Z's elevator explanation? Let me know in the comment section below. Don't forget to subscribe and then click right over here for a list of 9 times celebs gave fans the best breakup advice. Thanks for watching Clever News. I'm your host, Drew Dorsey, and I'll see you next time.
Listen closely, because what he said about her was surprisingly touching. The BBC released an article about how when he was on the Rap Radar podcast, Jay-Z insisted that he and Solange had always had a great relationship. He alleged that they'd only ever had one disagreement, and that before and after it, they'd been cool, and that she was like his sister. Then he made a comparison between her and his brothers, who he said he'd fought and argued with his whole life. He shared that it was just who they were, but that it didn't mean anything. Jay-Z also made the bold statement that Solange was his sister, not his sister-in-law, but his sister, which was actually a pretty cute thing to say about her. A couple of years ago, Jay-Z and Solange were seen together on vacation with their family. They all went to the Mediterranean together, and of course the paparazzi were around to invade their privacy. A photo came out of Solange and her sister's husband hugging each other on the private yacht they were on, which some people took as a sign that they'd officially let bygones be bygones. Jay-Z seems to have the support of his extended family for now, but who knows if things will change as the case against him progresses.
Beyonce is losing hundreds of thousands, millions of followers every day. And she still hasn't said anything. Just pretending like life is great in Paris.
Is it her place to say so?
I mean, probably not, considering she's going to be indicted for anything she would say. These are criminals. Diddy is a drug dealer, and so is Jay-Z. The proof is there.
The woman from Alabama, who claimed that the hip-hop mogul had his way with her when she was just 13, chose to remain anonymous in the proceeding.
You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else.
I'm looking at this, fam. She was 13 years old in 2000. I think she was paid much money to keep quiet, but what make her file a lawsuit after we had 25 years? We had 25 years. You know, I'm not saying, you know what I mean, it's wrong for her. But here's my thing, 25 years. Why she just didn't file the lawsuit then? Was she paid money to keep her mouth shut, but wasn't paid enough? I mean, what is it that you wait 25 years to file a lawsuit? Not saying she's in the wrong or anything. Not saying that she shouldn't have filed, but like what makes her file now after 25 years? Because I'm started thinking that it raised a suspicion why you know, I mean, we get lawsuits filed every day in our justice system, in the courts, federal court, justice systems, you know, and we get these lawsuits filed. But here's my thing, I'm starting looking at this more. She waited 25 years to file a lawsuit. Was she paid? I'm not sitting here saying that she's wrong, but if she was raped, drugged, feeling oozy, you know, sometimes in life, yeah, there's a time where, you know, you get into this industry, and you want to start a career in your industry, and you meet others, celebrities and things like that, and that's what fans go out and meet celebrities. But you never know in this time that you seeing the dark secrets, this the whole dark secrets of Hollywood. We see it for what we see it. And Hollywood being it been always kept a secret. It always been this big cover up. You know, you will never know about the industry unless you see it with your own eyes. And I think at some point people saw it, and I think now they can see it for what it is, and they can write and share a documentary of the secret dark side of Hollywood. Like I told you guys in my last video, there's a lot of dark secrets in Hollywood that they don't want to, reveal the truth. But that now, we seen things start to cipher. When we look at the wildfires that happened in Los Angeles, I find that's not a coincidence. There's things happen, and things we say to ourselves, things don't happen for a reason. But things happen for a reason. But we see, this the mindset we as people, we say things don't happen for a reason. There's a reason for it. And now that we see all it is going to lead to what comes out the darkness come to the light. Now, I'm quite sure Jay-Z team is going to fight back and say, why had she waited to file a lawsuit after it been 25 years? There's a lot onto the story, and like I said, and if the court could just believe her side of the story, which I'm not going to sit here and say that is she fabricating these lies, is fabricated. But I'm going to sit here and say that, what allowed her to wait 25 years unless she was paid money to keep her mouth shut? Or was she scared? But I'm glad the court is looking at things differently, and she remained anonymous. She remained under John Doe. I'm glad that they're looking at this different, because they couldn't, if they looked at it like, oh, this is 25 years old and nobody can't file a lawsuit because it's so old, and we have to dismiss this case. We don't want to hear this case. Why haven't you come forward? Et cetera, et cetera. It's just a lot. But now I feel the court is giving her opportunity to remain John Doe, because, like I said, many people is coming for it. But this is Jay-Z's first legal lawsuit. Now, between me and you, fam, we know that Jay-Z have some involvements that he had in the industry. We know. And people should see his involvements. Because a lot of people now, a lot of people can just go on to social media. They can go to these YouTube channels and get the information. We don't have to go to the news, and because sometimes the news ain't gonna keep the caption. Sometimes the case could be closed, like the Kathy Wright case, like the Kim Porter case. It's we YouTubers bring these news back up to the people that Kathy Wright and Kim Porter have been saying all along on my channel in these videos that they death was foul play. But a lot of people has been saying and been capping, saying I'm capping, saying that she died from a brain aneurysm. Kathy Wright, she didn't die from a brain aneurysm. It was suspicious foul play. You know, this as Kim Porter's death. You know, we all wish we can be a helping hand to bring justice to the two. You know, I want to give first and foremost, I want to give big shout out to all YouTubers out there, man, pushing these kind of contents and pushing kind of, you know what I mean, video. Big shout out to Queen Miss, man. Big shout out to Racket TV and big shout out to Reno, you know what I mean? And shout out to Big Ticket and shout out to Carson Cena and shout out to Brandon Sport TV, Two Wall for TV, and shout out to all the, you know what I mean, YouTubers, man. Shout out to Hood TV. You know, shout out to all these YouTubers out there, man. Push content in, man, and we gonna continue to push for the truth, man. So that you guys can see the truth for what it is. Now, the truth of the matter is that all these people being bribed into careers and they've been graped in for careers, never promised anything. Been paid less money to keep their mouth shut. So I wonder what she paid to keep her mouth shut to all of a sudden that she wanted to tell that she was raped, man. There's many of these elects, you know what I mean, victims, you know, been sodomized, you know, been molested, rape.
Else did run your life.
A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity.
What made you want to come forward and talk today?
Because I think that I've been quiet long enough about what I've been through, and it's been hard enough to be quiet. But it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close.
An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities.
You weren't scared to be all alone?
No,
Can you believe this guy in this picture is me? I didn't realise how bad my hair loss was until I've seen the transformation.
having autism is like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof juggle ball. The world's on fire. The fire is inside the ball with you, but there's no way for you to get out.
In addition to having autism, the woman says she suffered a head injury. The night of the 2000s VMAs, she says a friend drove her from Rochester, New York to Manhattan, a more than 5-hour drive. Her attorney provided NBC News with the name of the friend who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs' limo driver, who offered her a ride to an after party.
I stumbled upon Diddy's driver, who told me that I was exactly what Diddy was looking for.
She said this was Diddy's driver. Now, why did this driver die, man? They never talked about the driver too much, but he just died mysteriously. The driver just died, right? That's just to get rid of more evidence in this case, so that her statement is just inconsistent all around. We get a mysterious driver just all of a sudden passed. They don't even talk about what he died from. They don't even talk much about the driver, but he just died. And now we just supposed to believe that he just died and not to remember about it, man, not to know what happened to the driver, right? But we just going to sit here and say that this young girl's statement was inconsistent, man. Come on, man. We live in a sick society world, man, where I believe justice got to be solved, man. You know what I mean? And you can't, you know what I mean? You can't see the pattern of Jay-Z history what he's involved in. But underage minors, man, if you can't see the pattern, I don't know what to say. There's a pattern that Jay-Z is his involvement. Like Foxy Brown, for example. Aaliyah, Rihanna, Kathy Wright, Jay-Z's mistress, Beyonce. I can go on.
What did you think when he said that to you?
I thought it meant that I was just pretty.
USA Today recently reported that despite his legal team's best efforts to get the court to force her to reveal her identity, a judge has just ruled that she does not have to do that. The judge's reasoning for allowing her to keep her anonymity reportedly had to do with the sensitivity of the lawsuit, the woman's mental health, and the risk of Diddy or Jay-Z threatening her. However, the judge also said that the ruling may be revisited as the case continues. Jay-Z's lawyer had argued that his client deserved to know the identity of the person who was accusing him in sensationalized, publicity-hunting fashion of criminal conduct, demanding massive financial compensation, and damaging a reputation he'd earned over decades.
It's exclusive that found inconsistencies with the accuser's account.
We expect Mr. Carter to be fully cleared of all of this in the coming days. Almost nothing that she says has checked out because this never happened.
This in the wake of our interview with a 38-year-old mother from Alabama who accuses Jay-Z, whose real name is Sean Carter, and Sean Diddy Combs her when she was 13 years old. She asked us not to reveal her identity.
What made you want to come forward?
Because I think that I've been quiet long enough.
She says that she might have some facts wrong, but that she says the incident happened. What do you say to that?
You know, anybody, when they make up a claim, they can just keep repeating it and getting it right. But you never get the details right. And what happened during her interview with you is that the story began to unravel.
On the night of the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000, she says Combs' limo driver took her to an after party. There she says she spoke to musician Benji Madden and his brother.
I'm talking to Benji Madden about his tattoo. That's the Last Supper.
In a statement to NBC News, a representative for the Maddens confirmed they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at that time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter both her. She says she ran to a gas station where she called her father, who picked her up.
We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened.
In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not corroborate her story. I feel like I would remember that, and I don't, he said. The woman revealed to us that she has autism and previously suffered a head injury. In a follow-up phone interview, we asked her about the contradictions, and she said that she stands by her statements.
This woman is standing by her story. It happened over 20 years ago. Maybe her memory is hazy. Maybe her father doesn't remember that night.
No, she's doubled down on certain of these details. She says, I'm positive. She points out the tattoo. She talks about the tattoo in vivid detail. Turns out that's completely false. And the father is supposed to be picking her up. 10-hour drive, round trip to pick her up in the middle of the night. Has no memory of that. No one has come forward about this in nearly a quarter of a century, and that's because this never happened.
But anyway, what do you guys think? Is Solange really sticking by Jay-Z now that he is in his hour of need? Or is she just pretending to do it for her sister's sake? If things get worse for Jay-Z, how many of Beyonce's relatives will actually stay by his side? Let me know in the comments below.
Seeing Blue as Kiara and hearing her voice come out of that character. Give me a second, because I'm still I can't believe that's my baby. Oh, that's so amazing. It was really hard to focus and to do my job after that. So I was like, wait, hold up, guys. Y'all got to give me a second. I have to digest that. I'm so proud of her. Somebody wants to join.
Yes, break it down.
So it looks like Beyonce and Jay-Z's fans are continuing to notice more and more that their son Sir is rarely in any of their appearances. Apparently, for some reason, Beyonce is...
Why Jay-Z's hiding his son, man? because he had his son. He had Kathy Wright at a young age before he had his son. Why would he hide his son, man?
Always posting with Rumi and Blue. And I totally understand that it's because they are girls. But how come we don't even see Sir with Jay-Z? Child, is it because there's something medically wrong with Sir, like people have been speculating? Are the Carters really hiding their son? Or is Sir just a quiet child who doesn't care for the lights and camera like his grandma suggested?
What is Sir interested in? Sir is very quiet and is very, very smart and does all of the number stuff. So he's not into the fashion stuff as much. But yeah.
Okay, anyone who has followed
Why this girl Tina lying? They hide his son because his son will eventually come out. Eventually come out and give shocking, you know what I mean, shocking revelations to the people. But why are they showing these two, Jay-Z, Beyonce, covering up? Because there's a pattern. I want y'all to see the pattern, Jay-Z. There's a pattern he has with minors. There's a pattern that he kept Kathy Wright, his mistress, a secret. Y'all just ain't seeing it. You don't see how he dressing this young girl, this 13. If you have a 13-year-old girl, will you dress your girl out like that to get the Grammys and all this and grape her up and bribe her up and, you know, this as a parent, I won't let my 13-year-old wear lipstick and lash. This to me is sick. Really is sick.
the Carters knows that they have always spoken so highly of their kids and how they try as much as possible to spend time with them, even amidst all the fame and their busy schedules. For instance,
if you Jay-Z, you don't spend no time with your kids. You don't spend no time with these kids, man. And if you Beyonce been warned, run from this. If you can, she can't run from this. Even if she tried, she can't run from Jay-Z, man. She would stay on this man's side. She don't know what to do. And you're a woman and you don't know what to do. It's sad. You know, she didn't stay by his side all this time. But what will happen if he go down? Right? What will happen? You see, people ain't there for each other no more. You know, Diddy would probably say to Jay-Z, man, we was partners in crimes in this, man. You know what I mean? And you tell on me, I tell on you. You see, you tell on me, and I'm going to tell on you.
During an episode of Kevin Hart's Heart to Heart series on Peacock, Jay-Z spoke candidly about how much he tries to prioritize taking time from music to be with his 3 kids, saying, "This is all you have. That's the only thing we control. It's how you spend your time. Every second that you spend, you're spending away from the development of these people that you brought here, that you love more than anything in the world. So what are you going to spend the time on?" That changed practically everything for me. On the other hand, Beyonce has also said that her priority is making sure her kids have as much normalcy and privacy as possible, especially as they get older.
I choose violence every day. The investigation begins. My friends are incapable of murder. They're my family.
He told GQ, "I have made an extreme effort to stay true to my boundaries and protect myself and my family. No amount of money is worth my peace. I try only to tour when my kids are out of school. I always dreamt of a life where I could see the world with my family and expose them to different languages, architecture, and lifestyles." About the privacy, a source told Hollywood Life she tries her best to keep life as normal for her children. She was instrumental in choosing schools for Blue to attend and made sure to choose the most private schools she could find so that Blue could just be a normal child in preschool like all children her age. Child, I get that maintaining as much privacy as possible shields their family from unwanted scrutiny and invasive media attention, enabling them to control the narrative of their public image. But if that was the case, then we wouldn't see all the three children as much in public. But we see a lot of Blue Ivy and Rumi, and I mean a lot, especially Blue.
A really amazing experience, and I feel like everybody that's a part of this is so helpful and supportive. The director, Barry, is a really sweet person, and he tells me ways that I can improve in my lines, and he's very supportive of me and tells me in the nicest way possible, and I feel like so does everybody else. And I feel like this is just a great experience for me, and I'm really happy for girls that look like me all around the world are able to watch this movie and hear and see themselves in it.
I mean, when Blue was only 2 days old, her vocals were featured on her father's song Glory, which earned her the title of Guinness World Record holder for being the youngest person to have a song appear on a Billboard chart. In 2020, she was also featured in her mother's song Brown Skin Girl. And for this, Blue brought home a BET Her Award, an NAACP Image Award, and a Grammy Award for Best Music Video for her feature. She is also the second youngest individually credited winner of a Grammy Award. Aside from her musical accomplishments, Blue has helped induct her dad into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, provided narration for a book, and we have seen her multiple times in Beyonce's performances. For instance, when Beyonce returned to the stage for an epic performance in Dubai in January 2023, Blue made a special appearance during the hour-long set to sing a duet of Brown Skin Girl. A few months later, in May 2023, Blue Ivy stepped out for the opening night of her mom.
You see, it's nice to get this young girl in the industry, but look what she has to do. You see the money she the money how Beyonce got her, you know what I mean? Got her, you know what I mean? Where she can forget everything. This young girl can forget everything. Beyonce just took this young girl, man, and you know, made this young girl bribe her into this industry life. Forget about the pain, suffering, what Kathy Wright went through. And what Jay-Z and Beyonce did. Cover up this and bribe this young girl in. This is sad to our young generation.
Renaissance World Tour, which kicked off in Stockholm, Sweden, and she performed a few more times with Beyonce. Blue's latest appearance was on Mufasa, and even though it was right after the time when Jay-Z was being accused of SA involving a 13-year-old, Blue was still out there making appearances. In fact, according to her grandmother, Blue also has a lot of other talents that the world is yet to experience.
What other hidden talents does she have that the world?
A lot of them.
Give us a couple more.
She paints, she draws, she does poetry. She's just a artistic soul.
As far as Rumi is concerned, we have also seen her quite a few times, and she appears to be following in the footsteps of her sister and her mom. Rumi has even modeled for her mother's fashion brand, Ivy Park, and Jay-Z took Blue Ivy and Rumi to the 2024 Super Bowl with him, where they were spotted posing for photos on the field. Plus, her grandmother did say that Rumi is definitely an artist like her parents and her big sis.
Rumi, who just made history. She's 7 years old. She just made history. I think, is it Billboard Hot 100? She beat her sister, Blue Ivy, because now she's on it at age 6. What does that mean to you? Tell us a little bit about Rumi and how excited she is.
Rumi is amazing. She's an amazing artist, like painter and creator. And so, I mean, how could they be anything else growing up in that environment? That's all we talk about is It's creativity and fashion and the whole thing.
So why is Sir rarely seen as much as his sisters? Yes, there have been a few photos here and there on Instagram from Beyonce, and we got a glimpse of the twins in Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour film, Renaissance, a film by Beyonce. We also caught a glimpse of Sir in a feature in Beyonce's Black is King visual album, to whom she dedicated the album, stating, "To my son, Sir Carter, and to all our sons and daughters, the sun and moon bow for you. You are the keys to the kingdom." But other than these rare occurrences, he is still not seen as much as his sisters. While his grandmother Tina Knowles has previously opened up about his personality, revealing that unlike his sisters, Sir is far more reserved and quiet. But the same Tina also said that all of her grandchildren are creatives and they love artistic things.
Well, they just, they creative stuff. They're all artists, and how could they not be?
But if they are all artistic, how come Sir isn't given the same exposure as his siblings? Actually, the concern came up again after Beyonce and Blue were both featured in her Good Morning America interview to promote Mufasa, the Lion King, in December. Blue spoke alongside her mom, while Rumi made an adorable cameo at the end. But Rumi's twin Sir was missing from the interview, leading fans to wonder where he was. In addition, after Beyonce's halftime performance, where Blue was also present, Rumi was spotted leaving with the rest of the family. She was captured on camera backstage with her dad, Jay-Z, grandmother Tina, and Michelle Williams, dressed in an all-white outfit, just like Bey and Blue wore on stage, prompting comments like, "Where is their son? They got him in a dungeon? Why are they so ashamed to show him? It's giving the other twin." Someone else also added, "I know it ain't none of our business, nor do I want to disrespect, but where do Sir Carter be at though?" Well, as far as the internet is concerned, the Carters are hiding Sir because he allegedly has some sort of medical condition or a disability, and we've even had someone like Azalea Banks allude to this when she once called out Beyonce, saying, "And stop hiding your son from the world, sis. People will find out sooner or later, and you're really gonna look like a piece of ish for being ashamed of your own child." Now, what I do know is that Sir was born after Beyonce required an emergency C-section when she experienced preeclampsia, which threatened the health of her unborn twins, Rumi and Sir. According to Beyonce, her pregnancy and delivery were extremely difficult and one of the most challenging experiences of her life. She discussed how her body went through more than she ever thought it could. For example, she stated she weighed slightly over 218 pounds the day she gave birth to her twins, and she also said that throughout her pregnancy, she developed high blood pressure. Reportedly, during labor, one of the baby's heartbeats stopped a few times, requiring a C-section. While Beyonce didn't specifically mention which one of her twins experienced the heart issues, it has long been rumored that the twin in question was Sir, and people assume that the complications may have affected his health and his development. There have also been speculations about Sir Carter's possible autism, and while there is no official confirmation from Beyonce and Jay-Z, some fans have taken it upon themselves to analyze his behavior and draw their own conclusions. Apparently, the symptoms were present in Beyonce's Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, and people were posting comments like this after watching. "That boy has autism, and so does Rumi. The characteristics can be seen in the Renaissance movie. Sir doesn't come out because his disabilities are profound and easily recognized. They've been hiding that boy since he was 2. Several followers even went so far as to create a list of autistic traits that Sir allegedly exhibits, including a leg drag, hand flapping, staring at lights, and repetitive movements. Well, I know it is a bit invasive to be drawing such conclusions about anyone's child, but then again, people have said that if Sir is really autistic or has any other condition or disability, as public figures, Beyonce and Jay-Z have a responsibility to use their platform to raise awareness about autism and other neurodivergent conditions. I don't know, guys, I don't know. Maybe Sir really is just a quiet kid who doesn't like crowds. But in your opinion, do you think they're hiding Sir because of some sort of medical condition? Because even if it's about him not liking crowds, don't you think there would be more pictures and videos of their time with him, just as a family member? I can't wait to know what you think, so drop those thoughts down below.
Find the lowest priced health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a quote in 30 seconds. Find top carriers like Anthem, Kaiser, Blue Shield, and more. Lowest prices, simple process, healthforcalifornia.com.
Puff was the first one that came through and made us feel like, it was us. I don't want to embarrass this young lady, but she has more Grammys than everyone and never won Album of the Year. So even by your own metrics, that doesn't work.
I don't know. But look at her, y'all. Like, look at her. Something is going on with her. Like, look, she don't look right, y'all. She don't look right.
Y'all, Diddy really said, if I'm going down, I'm taking everybody with me. So word on the street is that Diddy is trying to get revenge on his BFF Jay-Z for giving...
See? Told y'all. It's gonna happen. He's about to tell everything. He's gonna start with Jay-Z. Yes. Yeah, you remember what happened? When you pulled that 13-year-old girl clothes down, yeah. I sit there and watch you did that. Oh, he's going down. This fool. Hey, look at this dude in the glasses. This fool coming out. Ooh, you put that thing on him. You see this, man? You see these young girls in that room, man. Man, I want y'all to see his involvement he has. You can't just make this stuff up, man. His involvement with Aaliyah, Foxy Brown, and Rihanna, and Beyonce, and his secret mistress. Let's play this clip.
Giving him the cold shoulder amid the recent controversy. Allegedly, Diddy is on a mission to spill all of Jay-Z's dirty secrets, and the rumor mill is buzzing with speculation that Beyonce is trying to get out of that marriage before Jay gets exposed as Diddy 2.0. So you know how Jay-Z hosts a pre-Grammy Rock Nation brunch every year? Well, this year he decided to cancel the whole shindig, and rumor has it he's trying to avoid running into Diddy at all costs. We know that Diddy used to be a regular at Rock Nation events, and shortly after Cassie opened the floodgates with her lawsuit, he and Jay-Z used to hang out in public all the time. But you know Jay-Z is ruthless when it comes to cutting off people when they become a liability, and that's allegedly what he did to Brother Love. But the streets are saying Diddy is not going down by himself, and he might tell on Jay-Z and how he allegedly treats Beyonce behind closed doors. Child, there's a lot to unpack here, so let's get into it.
Notice how he couldn't even give a straight answer as to when he met her. I wonder why. And notice how the interviewer was definitely setting him up. And we can take it back a step further. We can go all the way back to when he was trying to get with Aaliyah. The Foxy rumors. This man has a legit history of what he's allegedly doing to Beyonce now.
So rumors are swirling again that the Carters' marriage is on the rocks. And while these types of rumors are nothing new, fans are now convinced something is going on. Because Beyonce has been acting strange lately, and allegedly it all started unraveling after Jay-Z's close buddy Sean Diddy Combs got exposed for doing all kinds of depraved things behind closed doors. So to give you some context, Jay-Z and Diddy were super close until recently. And just months before Cassie filed her lawsuit, Diddy said in an interview that only two people are allowed to call him by his government name, Sean, his mom, and Jay-Z. Diddy also still has this picture of him and Jay-Z up on his website, Combs Global, and you can tell he's really flaunting their friendship. Besides that, a number of industry insiders have suggested that Jay and Diddy have a lot in common in terms of how they treat people. One of them is Jaguar Wright, who went a step further with her allegations, pointing out how a lot of people who used to roll tight with Jay, like Big L, faced some real tragic outcomes.
The first time I ever saw Jay-Z or even heard him spit a rhyme was at an MC battle, street battle in New York. But he didn't show up as Jay-Z. He didn't show up as the hottest rapper on the street. He showed up as that was with Big L.
Rest
For
in
those
peace.
of you,
Rest in peace, Big L.
rest in peace, Big L. That was the sensei.
One of the dopest. Yes.
Big L was who put Jay-Z on.
Without question.
And then Big L died, and then the next thing you know, Jay-Z.
A whole bunch of fans noticed that the way Jaguar was talking about Jay-Z is straight up matching how she and a whole bunch of others spilled the tea about Diddy. Now, when we talk about Diddy, there's a long list of people who passed away untimely, got sick, or straight up vanished from the industry scene after getting involved.
And she got sick, vanished, and died. Like Biggie and Pop, got sick. Got sick with what? Got sick with that stuff that Diddy got. That jab was saying. She was saying 20 people living with AIDS in the industry. She sit there and said she would say that on her next cash. So, like I said, there's these, allegations that Diddy and Jay-Z is involved in.
With Brother Love. It's wild because the tally of those occurrences is longer than Diddy's list of #1 records. And as Jaguar Wright pointed out, you are the company you keep. So it's no coincidence that Jay and Diddy have been close friends for decades.
He starts clienteling with Tupac and clienteling with Biggie and doing songs with Biggie and building a working, camaraderie with Honeycombs and aka Diddy. And
why do you give him the honeycombs? Why do you give him honeycombs?
Because he smacks so sweet. Anyway.
But that's not all Jaguar said. She also touched on Jay's alleged relationships with such female artists like Foxy Brown, Tiara Marie, and Aaliyah. And this brings us to Beyonce, because she was allegedly just 16 when 28-year-old Jay-Z started plotting how to get with her. Now, Beyonce always claimed she met Jay when they were 18 and they started dating when she was 19. But in a 2007 interview with Charlie Rose, Jay got mad nervous when asked how long he had known Beyonce. And then he let it slip they met 10 years ago.
Wow, long time. 10 years? However long she's been recording. That's when I met her.
Don't you remember how long it was?
Yeah, when I met her.
Was it 5 years ago?
I met her 10 years ago.
What did you say to yourself at that time? Wow.
That's a fantastic talent.
Was that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah,
you saw talent before you saw anything else.
Because she was singing like a rapper.
So if you do the math, they met in 1997, which means Beyonce was either 15 or 16, depending on the month. Beyonce only had one boyfriend.
No, what kind of question you asked him? He said, "You saw what? You saw talent, or what you seen in her?" You know what he's saying to him? Basically, what you see in her. He said, "I see talent." So many words, you don't see how young she is? Go back where he said.
Long time. 10 years? However long she's been recording. That's when I met her.
Don't you remember how long it was?
Yeah, when I met her.
Was it 5 years ago?
I met her 10 years ago.
What did you say to yourself at that time? Wow.
That's a fantastic talent.
Was that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah.
You saw talent before you saw anything else.
Because she was singing like a rapper.
So if you do the math, they met in 1997, which means Beyonce was either 15 or 16, depending on the month. Beyonce only had one boyfriend before Jay-Z, and it was Puppy Love. High school stuff. Plus, even though she's been performing from a young age, Beyonce lived a pretty sheltered life, especially compared to Jay-Z's. So it's not just the age difference, which is problematic enough, it's the fact that they were worlds apart in terms of life experience and maturity. And when you add on to that Jay's sketchy behavior around super young ladies like Foxy Brown and Aaliyah, well, it's enough to make you side-eye the whole power couple image Jay and Beyonce have been trying to push for decades. And don't even get me started on Jay cheating on Beyonce and then publicly embarrassing her by saying she's the strongest woman he knows for taking his cheating behind back.
Us, we chose to fight for our love, for our family.
Amazon has created over 40,000 millionaires. And here's how some of them did it without...
To give our kids a different outcome. You see, to break that cycle. For black men and women, just to see a different outcome.
And get this, when he was asked if the outcome would have been the same if Beyonce had cheated on him, Jay said he hoped he would have been as strong as she was.
So she'd have been on the other foot, if the transgressions had been on her side. Do you think you would be able to be as forgiving of her as she was of you?
I hope. Again, because I love her the same way. No matter what side, I love her the same way. I pray that I will, because her strength and her, man, she's the strongest woman I know. Like, her and my mother, they battling the thing on one.
Well, let's be so for real right now. You don't think that Jay-Z would stay with Beyonce if she publicly cheated on him? The gaslighting is off the charts. Anyway, Beyonce's fans have been talking for a minute now about how something is off with B and how she hasn't been the same since the cheating scandal broke. And then, after people started putting the two and two together and connecting the dots between Jay-Z and Diddy, reports started...
Look, Beyonce can't lead the whole thing. Can't lead Jay-Z. She can't lead. See, you got a rich woman. Can't leave a rich man. All the money Beyonce got. All endorsements she got half. You can't leave your husband. But you see, shoe was on the other foot. Beyonce was cheap, but Jay-Z leave Beyonce. Or Jay-Z leave Beyonce.
It's circulating that Jay-Z might be keeping Beyonce hooked on some substances. Kind of like how Diddy used to pile Cassie with all types before pressuring her into freak-offs. This narrative was reignited again after this year's Grammy Awards, where Jay-Z gave an awkward speech complaining about how it's not fair that Beyonce, or Young Lady, as he called her, still hasn't received a Grammy for Best Album of the Year.
So even by your own metrics, that doesn't work. Think about that. The most Grammys, never won Album of the Year. That doesn't work.
Mind you, Beyonce already has 32 Grammys, while Jay-Z has 24. So the fact that he stood there trying to shade the Recording Academy while accepting another award from that same academy obviously raised a lot of eyebrows, with fans saying Jay-Z needs to make up his mind, because if he really thinks the Grammys are biased, then why go there and accept another award from these folks? But that's not the only reason folks were side-eyeing Jay over his speech. When the camera panned to Beyonce, she once again looked completely out of it. Like she was just going through the motions and not really processing what was going on around her. And yes, I know Beyonce claims she's naturally shy, but you and I both know she used to be much more bubbly. Also, as soon as Jay finished his little speech, he, Beyonce, and Blue picked up and left, missing out on the rest of the show. And you know how the Beehive is, nothing gets past them. They picked up on the vibes quickly, and they're saying something is definitely off in the Carter household. One fan said, I got the impression that there was something else behind this. Jay-Z was trying to mend fences with his wife. I wonder what he did to piss Beyonce off. And then another person added, my favorite part of the Grammys was when the guy who cheated on Beyonce said she deserved more respect and support. Well, these fans might be onto something, because the word on the street is that Beyonce and Jay-Z's marriage is hanging by a thread. Beyonce is allegedly trying to figure out how to get out of there before Jay's skeleton starts falling out of the closet, especially now that Diddy is reportedly planning to snitch on him.
But I'm just letting you know that once that...
You see, that's what I'm saying. What's at stake, man? The biggest thing that this has been flowing out, Beyonce and Jay-Z marriage. everybody seem to know that if Beyonce separate from Jay-Z, because you know Jay-Z right there. And if Beyonce see her husband go down, what will happen with their relationship, their marriage? What happened?
That comes out and Jay-Z is exposed for his nefarious past, you're gonna see Beyonce before so.
By the way, remember how Diddy got that Lifetime Achievement Award just months before Cassie filed her lawsuit? Well, folks are now drawing parallels between him and Jay, because Jay was honored with the Global Icon Award at the Grammys. Sure, it could all be a coincidence, and we'll just have to wait and see. But if there's anything Diddy's situation taught us, it's that no one is too big to fall, and what's done in the dark will always come to light. And even astrologists and mediums have now joined the chat, saying something major will come out about Jay-Z in the near future. One of them said, Jay-Z has a number of very challenging transits coming from next April to well into 2025. People will see him in a very different light. Relationship issues with people too. Public image taking a hit, possibly. And someone else added, I can see this being real. Past transgressions back to bite him era for him. He's gone under the radar for some time now, apparently. 5. People will see him in a very different light. Relationship issues with people too. Public image taking a hit, possibly. And someone else added,
It says he gone under the radar for some time now, apparently. Wow, how much of the hourly allegation will unfold true. Furthermore, I wonder if gonna stick besides them through the turmoil. I believe at some point these allegations against Jay-Z is gonna come to the light. I wanna go back because there's another one that she made. Numbers of very talented transits coming from next April to well into 2025. People will see him in a very different light. Relationship issues with people too, and public image taking a hit, possibly.
Number of very challenging transits coming from next April to well into 2025. People will see him in a very different light. Relationship issues with people too. Public image taking a hit, possibly. And someone else added, I can see this being real. Past transgressions back to bite him era for him. He's gone under the radar for some time now, apparently. Wonder how much of the alleged accusations will unfold true. Furthermore, I wonder if Beyonce is gonna stick beside him through the turmoil and the depleting funds. But what's your take on this?
Diddy about to snitch, man. You ran for me, huh? Y'all ran for me, huh? Y'all ran for me? Okay. Okay, I got something for y'all. Okay. Y'all ran from me? Y'all ran from Diddy? Y'all ran from Diddy? All y'all finna get told on. All y'all black motherfuckers gonna get told on. You playing with me, man. Y'all wasn't, yeah, oh yeah, y'all was in attendance? Y'all, yeah, most of y'all sit there and watch. Oh yeah, y'all was in it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Don't think I'm just going down, motherfuckers. All y'all was participants. All y'all was there. Yeah, I got some names.
Do you think Jay-Z is going down after Diddy? And could this even mean that the divorce is on the horizon for the Carters? Let me know in the comments, and then check out this next video.
Hey guys, my name is Harris Heller, and I've been a full-time YouTuber for over 10 years now. And if you are a YouTuber or you're trying to be a YouTuber, one of the smartest
Details revealed about Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura's freak-offs. Combs sued again, and a lawyer sues Jay-Z and his lawyers, making bold claims. I go through 7 major developments in Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z's ongoing legal sagas. This is a law and crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? And research is potential justice. If your child have known one another for years and years, they've supported one another in business, and now they're named as defendants together in a civil lawsuit filed by a woman who claims both men raped her when she was 13 in the year 2000. I'll get to the latest on that case in a bit. But first, I want to get to the most recent developments in Sean Combs' federal criminal case. It involves his lawyers and the freak-offs that he engaged in with his ex, Cassie Ventura. Combs, as I've told you many times, faces very serious federal charges of racketeering, sex trafficking by coercion.
And this man right here holds the keys to Hollywood, man. He knows what went on. He seen Jay-Z red-handed, man. You think he going down, man? He ain't got nothing to lose, man. He ain't getting nothing lesser than what they offer him. They just offer him 15 years, man. Diddy ain't getting no 15 years. About to spill the beans, man. Y'all motherfuckers all in it, man. Y'all just stop fucking lying. Y'all, yeah, I know who was in this, man. Don't think I'm going down. See, that's the next thing, man. Diddy got to bring Jay-Z in the mud. Jay-Z going right along down in the mud. Come on, get in the mud, nigga. Come on, nigga. Come on, get in the mud, nigga. You know, nigga, you was part of these freak off shit, nigga. There's more people too. Yeah. There's more people too.
And transportation to engage in prostitution. He has, of course, pleaded not guilty to those charges and has insisted he is innocent. Now, one of the major pieces of evidence in this case, as far as the sex trafficking charge is concerned, are videos of Cassie Ventura having sex with male sex workers as Combs watched. They're called freak-offs, and Combs' attorneys say they've now watched the tapes, and they say they prove he is innocent. Combs' lawyers wrote in a letter to the court, the 9 videos at issue are the so-called freak-off tapes with victim 1 that the government has repeatedly referenced, causing wild speculation in the media. Contrary to what the government has led this court and the public to believe, the so-called freak-offs were private sexual activity between fully consenting adults in a long-term relationship. Like many Americans in the privacy of their own bedrooms, they sometimes filmed their sexual activity. These videos unambiguously show that the person alleged in the indictment to be victim 1 not only consented, but thoroughly enjoyed herself. Now, the public found out about the freak-offs after Cassie Ventura filed a civil suit against Sean Combs in November of 2023. Ventura said Combs forced her to set up the freak-offs and to hire male sex workers, and that the freak-offs sometimes went on for days. Combs would watch and masturbate, according to Ventura and federal prosecutors. Now, part of the government's case involves the allegation that Combs used these freak-off tapes to control Cassie Ventura, to keep her from leaving him. Combs' team says that's not true. They write, the recordings also directly refute the allegations that Mr. Combs kept these videos as collateral. These recordings were not on Mr. Combs' devices and were not seized from his home.
So it said the recording also directly refute the allegation that Mr. Combs kept these videos as collateral. The recording was not on Mr. Combs' device. It was not seized from the house. Rather, victim 1 kept these videos on her own device for years and produced them to the government herself. Man, come on, this thing, who's in these videos, man? The thing is that if Diddy, look, I'm still like this. If Diddy been accused of this sexual lawsuit of this 13-year-old girl, right? You don't think that he going to tell that nah, it wasn't me. Jay-Z pulled this young girl clothes. Because it shows people got to report that what happened on the night, man. And then it shows that Diddy was second to attack her. Notice that she fought from an attacker. She socked Diddy and ran. But Jay-Z pulled her clothes off. Jay-Z was involved in having sex with the underage girl. If they got that information, right? If Jay-Z and Jay-Z pulled this young girl clothes, and why Diddy watch, or Diddy another guy watch, or another woman watch, right? That's enough that Diddy can say his team. He can tell his team. So like I said, man, his team know, Diddy's team know how many people is going to be on these freak off tapes. How many people going down? How many people going down? So, it's be very interesting to see how things play out. Diddy ain't going down by himself. If he going down, Jay-Z next going down.
Homes. Rather, victim one kept these videos on her own device for years and produced them to the government herself. Now, the government was not happy that this letter was filed with so much detail. Some of it was redacted, but much of it was not. Federal prosecutors wrote to the judge, under the protective order, no portion of the videos should have been filed on the public docket without being filed under seal or without the defense first conferring with the government as to the designation. Neither occurred. Instead of conferring in advance or redacting all content related to the videos, the motion blatantly violated the protective order when it left unredacted descriptions and characterizations of material designated AEO. AEO means attorney's eyes only. Cassie's lawyers weren't happy either. A footnote reads, legal counsel for victim one has advised the government that victim one also opposes the public filing of information relating to the content of the videos in violation of the protective order. It states a crime victim has the right to be treated with fairness and with respect for the victim's dignity and privacy. Now, it will, of course, be up to a jury to decide whether Sean Combs is guilty of federal crimes. Cassie Ventura will have to testify, and Sean Combs' attorneys have said he will also take the stand. The sex trafficking charge is just one piece of the case, although it has gotten the most attention. Combs is also charged with racketeering.
Sean Combs, Diddy, man, he got to take the stand, man, at his trial, man. And, he gonna spill the beans. But so far his health, a lot of people say he's getting thinner, he's losing hair, and you just don't know how he's gonna look, how healthy he's gonna look going to trial. If he's really sick with this disease, you know what I mean? It's a lot going on, fam. That they saying inside jail he won't come out from his cell. So, all I can say with Jab Right saying, yeah, she knows a couple of these rappers living with HIV. It's 20 celebrities, probably the number increase, but I won't be shocked. You know what I mean? It's more of these rap artists living with HIV and AIDS, man. You know what I mean? And it starts from this man right here on the screen. He's a monster, man. And you can just imagine how he's spread or widespread. You know what I mean? You can't make this stuff up, man. Man with man, and people having sexual and action and all this sexual things that's going on in Hollywood, man. And at the end of the day, man, you know what I mean? It is what it is, fam. Of course, Diddy gonna spill the beans. Diddy gonna tell, man. Man, y'all act like y'all don't know. Y'all don't know me. Y'all don't know me. Yeah, y'all must know me.
Conspiracy using his businesses to commit a number of crimes, including arson, kidnapping, and robbery. RICO is basically organized crime. Robin Nunn is a lawyer who practices in federal courts. So, Robin, does Diddy's argument that Cassie was somehow enjoying herself during these freak-offs, does that help him, or does it really boil down to whose testimony the jury believes?
Combs' defense is typical of what you would expect someone who is accused of a crime like this to state. The videos, obviously, I have not seen yet, and I doubt they depict one way or the other whether or not the individuals were actually enjoying themselves. I think that it is a common defense to say that there was obviously no crime being committed, and that's exactly what he's saying here.
But it will be up to the jury, and there's really another piece of this case, and that's the racketeering case, and they don't really talk about that. Diddy's attorneys, Sean Combs' attorneys, they stay away from the racketeering part of this. They are focused solely on the sex trafficking part of this case.
Yeah, I think that the idea there, Anjanette, is if they can show that there was actually no rape, no trafficking, no crime, then the racketeering RICO charges all sort of float away. Whether that's true or not, I don't know if I agree, but I think that their defense is to kind of take these crimes apart and knock them off. And if they argue that Cassie's enjoying herself, that this is consensual, that there is no one who is there against their will, and that they had consent, that they can begin to chip away at the RICO charges, because you need an underlying crime in order for there to be actually RICO.
Now, in Las Vegas, Sean Combs' name is coming up in the case of the man accused of ordering the murder of rapper Tupac Shakur. Prosecutors have filed a new transcript of a secretly recorded interview with Dwayne Keefe D. Davis and Las Vegas Metro Police from 2009. In that interview, Keefe D. says that Combs wanted Death Row Records co-founder Suge Knight and Tupac Shakur dead and offered money to have the hit carried out. But Keefe D. says he never got the money. Keefe D. is trying to get the case thrown out. Sean Combs has denied any involvement in the murder for many years now. Sean Combs also faces a new civil lawsuit, this one filed in New York by a woman who claims Combs sexually assaulted her when she was a 16-year-old babysitter in the year 2000. The suit claims the woman worked as a babysitter in the same building where Combs' romantic partner at the time, listed only as a well-known woman, lived. Combs was dating Jennifer Lopez at the time. She is not named in the lawsuit. The woman claims in the suit that Combs told her she should get in his car and that the two men who worked with him were there. She claims she was reluctant, but eventually got in, but the car didn't go to her home. She said she was offered a drink to calm her nerves, but it made her groggy. The suit claims she was sexually assaulted and taken home and left in the lobby of her building.
Imagine getting a huge check like this to cover your medical bills, replace your car, and cover lost wages, all without paying a single.
Sean Combs' lawyers are denying the latest claims, as they have denied the claims in many other civil lawsuits. They said no matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never sexually assaulted or sex trafficked anyone, man or woman.
I'm gonna say this, man. What y'all don't realize, this man, P. Diddy, he holds the keys to Hollywood. In one clip, he said, "I do what I want to do." He was just so angry. But you don't seem to realize, fam, this is one of the biggest influencers of hip hop. You know what I mean? This is the one that threw the parties. He had the keys to Hollywood, man. That's why people say ain't no party like a Diddy's party. And people rely on this man. It's like people look up to this man. as he held the keys to Hollywood, all these people was at these freak off parties. You had all these attendants was there, man. They see strange things with their eyes, man. And see, this is what Tony Buzzy said. If people was there. We got tenants that that was attendants, and they was all there, and they seen, drugs were put in alcohol, things like that, and they seen these freak offs and things like that. He in other words, he feel that this is guilty because they sit there and watch. And the whole industry is quiet on quiet. Yes, the whole industry is on quiet. You see, everything's being exposed. Will come out, the dark will come to a light. Now, his legal attorney, Diddy's attorney, said that we will fight. But I'm trying to say to you that attorneys, I don't care how much money the defendant have, right? You can have a lot of money, but if there's some paint, some large paint, you can hear from the best legal team you can have. They'll tell you, well, we got, we got some stuff we could work out on our end, but it's this overwhelming. You know what I mean? As they're subpoenaing these witnesses, we gotta trying to do a motion, anything to have grounds to to challenge and subpoenas the witness. But you see that by now that he's been denied his bail 3 times, and he's not coming out the cell, and it's really not looking good so far for Diddy and his legal team. But with his legal team, he's not giving up. He says, well, tell us what we know. Tell us what we need to know. Let us hear the case. You know what I mean? Let's see what can we do for you. If you tell us what what we can probably do something here. We can probably fight on your behalf. And see it's gonna come to a point Diddy gonna have to. He's just gonna have to tell who's involved in these freak offs. But whether he look at it like, he ain't have no day like he see. For anything he do, and you feel he rolled the dice, there's gonna be a lot of people coming forward. Because one thing of this industry, you is to not tell what you saw or what you see. But if it comes to Diddy telling, and then big names, we see big names. So Tony Buzzy said, there's a lot of shocking names that's gonna blow your mind. There's things that he said, but like I said, fam, only time can tell.
Adult or minor. Now to Jay-Z and the latest with him. Ever since he was officially named in the lawsuit, things have been kind of crazy, with a legal war of words between his lawyer, Alex Spiro, and the accuser's lawyer, Tony Busby. Jay-Z, whose legal name is Sean Carter, is being sued civilly by a Jane Doe from Alabama, who claims Sean Combs and Jay-Z sexually assaulted her at a VMA's after party in the year 2000. Just a quick recap on that case. The woman said she went to Radio City Music Hall because the MTV Video Music Awards were taking place there. Inside, it was a big night for Sean Combs' then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, who won the VMA for Best Dance Music Video. The accuser was 13 at the time. She said she didn't have a ticket, so she hung out outside of Radio City Music Hall with limo drivers, One convinced her to go to a house for an after party. The woman said a lot of celebrities were at this house and that she drank something that made her feel woozy, and she found a bedroom where she laid down. The suit states, soon after, Combs entered the room along with defendant Carter and a female celebrity, Celebrity B. Plaintiff immediately recognized all three celebrities. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff with a crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party." Combs then threw plaintiff toward a wall, causing plaintiff to fall. Plaintiff got up and stumbled, at which point Combs grabbed her again and threw her on the bed. At that point, Carter began removing plaintiff's clothes as she grew more and more disoriented. Plaintiff was held down by Carter as he vaginally raped her, while Combs and Celebrity B watched. After Carter finished, he stepped back toward the wall. Combs then stepped forward and vaginally raped plaintiff, while Carter and Celebrity B watched. Combs then knocked plaintiff down and attempted to force plaintiff to perform oral sex on him. She fought back, standing up quickly and punching out at the same time, hitting Combs in the neck. Taken aback, Combs stopped his attempt. Now, Jay-Z has vehemently denied these allegations, and since the suit was filed, there have been inconsistencies that have emerged in the woman's story, including the fact that she claimed her dad picked her up that night, but he told NBC News he doesn't remember doing that and it would have taken him hours to drive to pick her up. And the woman claims she talked to Benji Madden at the party, but he was on tour in the Midwest at the time. Well, an old friend of Jay-Z's who has a complicated past with him is now coming to his defense. Rapper Beanie Sigel says the woman should have to reveal her name. Right now, a judge is allowing her to remain anonymous. Sigel and Jay-Z were both artists on Rockefeller Records back in the early aughts. Jay-Z was a partial owner of that label. The two had a falling out. Then Sigel recorded a diss track about Jay-Z in 2009, but the two have since smoothed things over. Now Sigel has spoken out about the lawsuit where Jay-Z is being sued along with Sean Combs by that woman identified right now only as Jane Doe. She claims Jay-Z and Sean Combs raped her at that VMA party back in 2000. Well, Sigel talked about the claim on the Art of Dialogue YouTube channel recently.
You got people like me that don't believe it. You got other people that believe anything. You got some people that want it to be true. Me, I don't know. Hey, I gotta say it like I don't want that shit to be true. I don't believe that shit. I can't believe that.
Sigel also says he believes the Jane Doe should have to reveal her name.
Who is this? Who is she? Who is she?
She don't have to reveal her identity.
All right then. There you go right there. How? Listen, let me explain something to you. When I was going to court in the feds, right? Yeah, man, and I'm quite sure Jay feeling this way too. And people should understand that and look at it. We have the right to face our accuser. When I was going to court, it said Dwight Grant versus the United States. When I was in the courtroom, I looked around and I ain't see the United States. I don't think the United States of America could have fit in that courtroom. The earth is spacious. Everybody voicing opinion and talking about this shit. Jay got the right to face his accuser. Where is this little bit? 13-year-old, what was she? What a 13-year-old doing in one of them parties anyway? How'd she get there?
Jay-Z's lawyer, Alex Spiro, has asked the judge presiding over the case to dismiss it, citing the accuser's inaccuracies and other issues he sees with the case, including Tony Busby not filing the proper paperwork to appear before the court. Tony Busby has yet to file a response to the suit. And speaking of Tony Busby, his firm has filed 2 lawsuits against Alex Spiro's firm, Quinn Emanuel, which represents Jay-Z, and the rap moguls company Roc Nation. Busby's suit claims Quinn Emanuel and Roc Nation have been trying to get his former clients to file frivolous cases against him. Neither has responded formally to Busby's suit. Now back to Sean Combs.
This is what my house looks like. And I haven't cleaned in 3 months. That's because I have someone come and do it for me twice a month through Home Aglow. Let's talk about how
A documentary on Peacock has people talking, and I watched it.
Go back.
To dismiss it, citing the accuser's inaccuracies and other issues.
I want to say, we see very inconsistent of the accuser, exactly, and accusations, right? But these things happen, at the parties. Just want to tell you guys, want to inform you guys that these things happen. That she was given a drink and she was feeling oozy. When you giving a drink, inside the drink it could be GHB, drug you can't remember, a date rape drug. You can't remember anything. So of course, her statement, she can say that she can, she can't remember certain things. So she remember who was there. But since she was so drugged, she fought, and But she remembered the two guys was there, and then there was another guy there, or another girl there, watching, seeing. So it's definitely raised suspicion in Jay-Z's team, because they don't know what Diddy know. What they don't know what Diddy's gonna do.
Sees with the case, including Tony Busby not filing the proper paperwork to appear before the court. Tony Busby has yet to file a response to the suit. And speaking of Tony Busby, his firm has filed 2 lawsuits against Alex Spiro's firm, Quinn Emanuel, which represents Jay-Z, and the rap mogul's company, Roc Nation. Busby's suit claims Quinn Emanuel and Roc Nation have been trying to get his former clients to file frivolous cases against him. Neither has responded formally to Busby's suit. Now back to Sean Combs. A documentary on Peacock has people talking, and I watched it. And there was one part that really piqued my interest. Well, 2, actually. I've told you before about Sean Combs' childhood, how he was born in Harlem, and his mother moved him and his sister to Mount Vernon after their father, Melvin, was murdered. Well, Sean Combs has revealed some things about his childhood over the years, like losing his virginity at age 12 and watching pornography. Well, one of Combs' childhood friends said that when they were kids, Sean Combs' mother, Janice, hosted wild parties at her house when they were kids. He said it wasn't uncommon for them to walk into a bedroom in the house and find people having sex on the weekends. And that made him wonder whether that shaped who Sean Combs is today and his views on sex. Another thing revealed in the documentary, Combs' one-time bodyguard, Gene Deal, floated a theory that Combs was involved in setting up the murder of the notorious B.I.G., one of his own recording artists. Combs has denied that allegation in the past. A spokesperson for Combs has called the documentary irresponsible journalism of the worst kind. Now, it's no secret that he and former talk show host Wendy Williams have a long history. Well, Williams went on The Breakfast Club last week and told the host that Diddy will go to prison for life, people. A little background. Williams and Breakfast Club host Charlemagne the God used to
I just want to say that Wendy ain't lying. Diddy will go down for life, but if he go down, just think for a second. See you ain't a gangster. You trying to buy your way to get less time, any way it means, because you never been in the system. And this is your life on the line. And you got to realize, man, you know what I mean? A person would do whatever it takes, by all means necessary. I'm just sorry, man. A lot of people ain't gangster. They don't live through the cold. You know what I mean? Nothing like that. And Diddy was, like I said, was never a gangster. They can tell you. These people tell you. You know what I mean? So he's facing life. So anybody would do anything to get a lesser bid, man. And this is the time. This is the time that Diddy dropped the bombshell. I'm telling y'all, man. I'm telling y'all something, man. That we can go with this, man. Like you can go with this. Diddy finna drop the bombshell, man. He already had Cassie open the Pandora, but Diddy. You think Jay-Z rocking stock free, man? Nah, you think Rockefeller rocking scot free? Nah, man. The whole Rockefeller, Jay-Z is going down too. Jay-Z is going right along. He's going down too. Because now the people see the pattern, Jay-Z. They see the whole pattern. You know, Diddy's offering life, 15 licks life, and probably they get found convicted, he's gonna get more. He's gonna get more than that. He's offered a cop a 15-year deal. He don't want that. You don't want that. But now the only way you can say Diddy, you gotta understand, y'all. You have to testify. You have to testify. Y'all not people to play. He gonna have to testify. And when he sees, he knows who's involved. Man, this boy, and when you got your life on the line, you never been in prison, you never been in these jails, never know what prison was like. You see, when Sean, when he went down, for Diddy, did 10 years bid. Diddy don't know what it's like to do life behind bars. You gotta understand, he don't know what it's like. This man finna get life. You don't think for a second he's not finna start dropping. He's about to start just dropping names. I'm telling you, who's all involved in these freak offs, man. I'm telling you, man. Man. This ain't nothing new to me at all, man. I already know how Diddy gets down, man. These like nobody shit. Nobody saying nothing. Everybody's quiet, man. Shit, I'm telling you, man. He was there, she was there, he was there, she was there, he was there, she was there, he was there, she was there. Come on, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, y'all stand there and watch. Hey, why you think you got these tapes, man? Why you think you got most of these tapes? It's like this. However it goes down, they can tell on Diddy just as much he knows and he can tell. So however, however you roll the dice, this with Rendy, and I believe what Rendy said he's gonna end up getting life. However you look at it, you see the picture, he's not getting off. So however you just look at things, however you look at it, he's getting life. So why not bring people along? Because if Diddy, it's like I say, he has to be careful. He got to testify. Look, man. I'm sorry to say it like this, man. The man had to testify, man. His attorney ain't gonna do all the work. He got to testify. We got to testify. Tell what what we need to know. You know what I mean? That's what they're gonna say. And then when Diddy tell about other people, then it's gonna give the right for the people to come forward and tell on him. Imagine you going to a RICO trial and it lasts so long. You got a line of people, celebrities. This is gonna be the biggest RICO case going down in history. You got a line, and Diddy spilled the beans. He said one fall. One fall leads to another. The attorney is going to do and see what they do. That's why I always say, if there's overwhelming evidence, right? there's a little paint they can probably get up. Yeah, we can get up this, but there's a lot of paint. There's more people coming forward, and these you know what I mean lawsuits or these accusations. You know what I mean. Look, man, however he rolled the dice here, however did he do this? It's like you playing chess. You know what I mean? You playing chess, and you the pawn piece, and the king. Don't think you gonna just get away with this, man. But for you know just like the police, the attorney is just like the police. His attorney would be just like the police, and you know what the police say. Hey, just go and tell us what we know, what we need to know. The attorneys say the same thing. Just tell us what we need to know, man. We here to help you, right? And he don't know he's rolling his dice. That's what he's seen. Where he don't know did he rolling dice? Did he start snitching on people? Don't you think people gonna come back and snitch on him? Yeah, man, you was doing these freak off. You was effing, and you had that stuff. Yeah, Jab Wright was right of you. You had HIV. Right? See that what you have with that rumor is surface. It's circulating. Right? Mainly he ain't coming out himself. So look, man. Look, man. It's not gonna look good for his part, man. It's not looking good for Diddy and his team, man. Period. Because when they get more, you see, when Diddy tell on Jay-Z, you know what I mean? Diddy's done. Let me tell you why. Because somebody like Jennifer Lopez got to come in. You got these lawsuits on Diddy. Someone like Jennifer Lopez got, and she gonna spill the beans because Phil did not tell the truth, and you lie, it can cause Jennifer Lopez to go down. So Diddy's done. So what's that gonna open up? It's gonna open up Diddy to telling Jay-Z on that MTV Music Award after party that Jay-Z was the one that I got him on tape, that he pulled this young girl's clothes, and his interaction he had with the young girl. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's when Jay-Z's gonna be in trouble. Once Diddy telling Jay-Z, then you're gonna have, you know what I mean? You're gonna have all of all these other accusations that they're gonna look into all the young girls Jay-Z had. Once Diddy tell about Jay-Z that he was involved in a 13-year-old girl, in 2000 doing the music MTV music awards on that night on the after party. Yeah, Jay-Z he's going just down as Diddy, man. You can't make this up, fam. You can't make this stuff up. This is why Wendy Williams already know, man. She already know, man. Jay-Z going down. She's saying Diddy getting life. So if Diddy getting life, Jay-Z definitely going down. Jay-Z going down. I can't say enough of it, man. Beyonce gonna have to. She gonna have to run. She's gonna have to run now.
Host a radio show together years and years ago. Williams has largely been out of the public eye and under a restrictive conservative.
All right, I'm gonna leave out on this note, y'all, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Till then, I'm out.